Go Figure TV. Revolutionary salute. Revolutionary salute. Like, share, subscribe. Welcome to the House of Revolution. You know I'm your humble host, the Yao Ming of Revolution, and Jim Crow Joe and NATO's weakness. It seems like Jim Crow Joe and NATO's weakness is causing major problems in the Middle East. Be sure to wipe your feet coming into the House of Revolution. Y'all know that's hitting the like button. Let's be sure to get this in the algorithms. Subscribe to the Chizano, man. We definitely got to deal with what's going on today. The Democrats have a lot of major problems. Secretary of State Lloyd Austin, he went missing, y'all. Did y'all know that? He went missing. Then they found him in the hospital. They say Biden didn't know what's going on here. Is he okay? Did something happen to him? Is he on his deathbed? We're going to have to check into that today, y'all. But first, let's start with attack on the Israeli port. And Americans are still getting attacked all throughout the Middle East. They want peace in the Middle East by Israel. Stop attacking Palestine.
The Islamic resistance in Iraq claimed responsibility for the launch of a new long-range cruise missile towards a key target in the occupied city of Haifa on Sunday evening. They also published a video on January 7, 2023, showing scenes of an attack with an upgraded long-range Al-Arqab cruise missile and a video of an explosion on a target in Israeli most important port. It is unknown whether it was fired from Iraq or from Lebanon, but the attack was a clear message to Israel, according to Iraqi resistance officials, as their statement said. The Israeli occupation authorities announced the downing of an unidentified missile, without Iron Dome's ability to repel it. The missile fell near the port of Haifa and could not be intercepted, and a thin cloud of smoke could be seen in video footage circulating online. This is a serious escalation, and could cause further economic damage to Israel. If the port of Haifa were to become the target of regular attacks, a total naval blockade of Israel would begin, while activity at the port of Eilat would cease, due to attacks from Yemen. Hussein al-Musavi told Al Mayadeen News Network that the regional resistance has a clear message, namely to destabilize U.S. plans in the region, and crush the Israeli regime's efforts in Gaza, IRNA reported on Monday. This is not a current issue, but rather a full-fledged systemic issue aimed at confronting the actions of the United States and the Israeli regime, Iraqi resistance officials said. He stressed that the resistance was able to control this war for a long time, until the crimes against Palestinians in Gaza were completely finished.
These attacks from Iraq don't continue, and the Iraqi freedom fighters got more powerful weapons than Hamas did. That's why they just was able to fire a long-range cruise missile and hit the port in Israel, something that America said they was protecting and they wouldn't allow to happen. I guess the Iraqis are saying, how can you allow them to do anything? But so it's a lot of pressure being applied right now while Joe Biden is sleeping and Lloyd Austin, our Secretary of Defense, is in the hospital and pretending like he working. We was paying this man while he was, I guess, on his deathbed. The Republicans is calling for the man to resign. The Democrats is patting him on his head saying, oh, he a good coon. He'll be all right.
In the strategic waters of the Red Sea, an ominous shadow has emerged. A new weapons system, deadlier than anything seen before, has placed the global shipping industry on edge and sparked fears of a wider conflict engulfing the region. At the tip of these missiles lies a sinister partnership that threatens to tear open old wounds and change the balance of power for years to come. In the tumultuous waters of the Red Sea, a sinister force has emerged as the Houthi group wages an unprecedented assault on vessels, singling out Israeli and allied ships since April 2023. The gravity of these attacks became glaringly apparent in early December when both an American warship and a commercial vessel succumbed to the wrath of these strikes. What sets these maritime onslaughts apart is not just their audacity, but the utilization of weaponry so advanced that its origins cannot be concealed. It unmistakably traces back to the heart of Iran. In the intricate dance of geopolitical constraints, Iran, bound by restrictions barring engagement in ballistic missile activities and facing an arms embargo, has orchestrated a clandestine symphony of arms trafficking to supply the Houthi rebels. As a non-state armed group, the Houthis have, in turn, become adept craftsmen in the art of missile technology, with a particular focus on ballistic missiles that wield formidable power on the battlefield. At the forefront of this deadly arsenal is the Tuwan, a medium-range ballistic missile birthed in the Iranian design labs and initially known as Kian. Its genesis in 2004 marked a significant leap in long range and capabilities, building upon the foundations laid by the Shahab 3. This liquid-fueled marvel underwent meticulous upgrades to its engine, enhancing thrust while reducing fuel consumption. The guidance system received a technological facelift, elevating the missile's flight altitude, accuracy, and range to unprecedented levels. The baptism of fire came in 2006 during operational tests, with full-scale production commencing in 2008. The Tuwan's prowess is awe-inspiring, boasting a range spanning 1,118 to 1,243 miles and hurtling through the air at a max speed of 621 miles an hour. With the capability to reach Israel's southernmost city, Eilat, its warhead, carrying a payload ranging from 1,543 to 2,250 kilograms, ensures a devastating impact upon arrival. The Tuwan made its grand public debut in a military parade in September, a menacing testament to the technological strides achieved by the Houthi rebels, fueled and fortified by unwavering Iranian support. In the realm of short-range, solid-fueled missiles, the Houthi insurgents turned to the formidable Tank Hill missile, prominently featured in the 2023 military parade. Originating from Iran, it goes by the name Rod 500 or Zohair. This missile, hailed as a new generation projectile, weighs merely 1.75 tons, half the weight of Fate 100, yet boasts an extended range of 31 meters. The Tank Hill missile, also known as Rod 500 or Zohair, made its debut on February 9, 2020 in Tian, attended by the commander of the IRGC. Standing at a shorter length of 25 feet, its smaller warhead packs a robust explosive punch. What sets the Tank Hill apart is its unique design. It separates upon firing, automatically enhancing its evasiveness by making detection, tracking, and interception significantly more challenging than its counterparts. Another striking addition to the Houthi arsenal is the Hatim or Karshikan, a medium-range ballistic missile with roots in Iran. The name Karshikan, meaning destroyer of Kar fortress, pays historical homage to a Jewish fortress obliterated by Muslim forces in 629 AD. Similar to the Tamil, the Hatim showcases solid-fueled prowess, solidifying its position as a potent force in the Houthi armament. The Houthi forces, for short-range solid-fueled missiles in 2023, heavily rely on the Tank Hill missile, prominently featured in the 2023 military parade. Produced in Iran under the names Rod 500 or Zohair, this new generation missile weighs merely 1.75 tons, half the weight of Fate 100, yet boasts an extended range of 31 miles. Compact at 25 feet with a smaller yet potent warhead, Tamil separates upon firing, making it exceptionally challenging to detect, track, and intercept compared to its counterparts. In the same category, the Hatim or Karshikan missile stands out, weighing only 4.5 tons and measuring 34.4 feet. Houthim's compactness and rapid speed, reaching 7 to Mach 10, combined with a 91-mile range, make it highly effective in striking high-value targets. Notably, Houthim is 100% Iranian in design and production, distinguishing it from other missiles that often mimic Western designs. The Houthim missile, with its explosive warhead, underscores its versatility by accommodating various launch platforms. The Houthi forces, lacking an air force, turned to the 358 anti-aircraft system for air defense support. This system gained notoriety during the interception of illegal weapons shipments from Iran to the Houthis between 2019 and 2021. Codenamed Sako upon successful entry into Yemen, the Houthis claimed these missiles as self-manufactured. In terms of capabilities, the 358 missile is a unique anti-aircraft missile designed specifically for aerial targets. With a flying altitude of 6.2 miles and a maximum range of 62 miles, the Sako missile combines features of a kamikaze drone and a mobile surface-to-air missile. It has found unity beyond Houthi forces, with Hezbollah in Lebanon and pro-Iran militias in Iraq also employing it to counter Israeli drones and sea-based threats. Additionally, the Houthi arsenal includes a FAK or Kig-Faz missile, a short-range supersonic anti-ship ballistic missile developed by Iran. Launched in 2011, it boasts an operational range of up to 186 miles and carries a 1,433-kilogram warhead. Notable for its sophisticated electronic system, the FAK missile precisely identifies and navigates targets with high precision, moving vertically after launch at supersonic speed. Among the array of missiles, the Quds-2, produced in Iran as Sumar, stands out as a cruise missile designed for sea and land combat. Costing less than a ballistic missile, this Sumar is named after a village where all inhabitants fell victim to a chemical weapon attack during Saddam Hussein's regime. Its cost-effectiveness and versatility make it a notable addition to the Houthi arsenal. The Sumar cruise missile, strategically designed for both sea and land combat, stands out as a unique asset in the diverse Houthi arsenal. Not only cost-effective, but also bearing the name of a village tragically affected by a chemical attack during Saddam Hussein's regime. The Sumar comes in 3 variations. While of Iranian origin, speculation hints at their design tracing back to the Russian K-55 missile, sold to Iran by Ukraine in 2001. With a projected range between 1,243 to 1,864 missiles, these missiles represent but a fraction of the expansive Houthi weaponry. Beyond the realm of missiles, the Houthi forces, confronted with the absence of an air force, turned to drones as a cost-effective tool for military and political intervention. Opening the Samad drones, named after the fallen Houthi leader Sal al-Samad in 2018, 3 variants have been designed and produced by Houthi forces from 2018 to 2019. These drones, equipped for both reconnaissance and combat, boast an impressive range of up to 1,118 miles and a maximum flying speed ranging from 124 to 155 miles an hour. The Samad 3 drone, prominently featured in Houthi attacks, including the reported assault on Abu Dhabi International Airport in 2018, signifies the Houthis' prowess in the drone domain. Despite limitations such as slow speed and poor accuracy, the Houthi forces pivot to the Wade drone, an Iranian-made Shahed 136, notably for its prior use by Russia in the Ukraine war. Launched from Iraq, the Wade drone assumes a primary role in attacking ground targets from a considerable distance, featuring a range between 1,243 to 1,553 miles. Its application in the Yemeni civil war in 2020 and reported attacks against Israel underscore its versatile role in the evolving dynamics of conflict. Adding to their drone arsenal, the Houthi forces deployed the loitering munition drone, Carry, claimed to be self-produced. However, its specifications align with the Ababil family of tactical unmanned aerial vehicles, manufactured by Iran Aircraft Manufacturing Industrial Company under the name Hasi Ababil. Specifically, the Houthi used Ababil T variant carrying a potent 66-pound warhead found success in attacking Saudi oil infrastructure in 2019. Its effectiveness stems from low-flying capabilities, making interception challenging for ground-based missile systems. The Houthi drone arsenal, featuring the sophisticated Wade and the strategic Ababil T, significantly shapes the conflict dynamics in the Middle East. So tell me, how do you envision the role of emerging technologies in conventional warfare in shaping
On the eve of Orthodox Christmas in Russia, President Vladimir Putin addressed global concerns about the situation in the Red Sea and Palestine. During discussions about the importance of family and fostering peace and unity in society, Putin highlighted the tensions in occupied Palestine. He urged caution among what he termed as globalists, advising against exacerbating issues in the Middle East through an unfair and inconsistent approach to the conflict between the Semitic communities. Despite pressures from YouTube regulators, the OMT News team remains dedicated to delivering accurate information. Your support in promoting truthful reporting by sharing and subscribing is valued, aiding in raising awareness about the ongoing situation in Palestine. Putin cautioned that a continued lack of genuine assessment of the situation could lead to further devastating conflicts in the Middle East, impacting both the occupying force and the land appropriated from Palestinians. He urged Israel to pursue paths of peace and compassion to reduce the ongoing loss of lives and properties on both sides of the peninsula. He emphasized that escalating tensions in the Red Sea would not serve the interests of the occupying authority, further eroding trust and peace in the region. The Russian leader, who has taken a pragmatic stance since the crisis began, made these statements considering Yemen's anti-occupation activities in the Red Sea. Thus far, Yemen has refrained from targeting Russian ships, allowing cargo and oil vessels originating from Russia to evade any repercussions from Yemen's determined efforts to disrupt the occupation's economy. The majority of Russian ships transport oil to ports in East Asian countries such as India and China. This transportation represents a crucial lifeline for Russia, particularly in the wake of unprecedented sanctions imposed due to its military actions in Ukraine. Any disruption in the Bab al-Mandab Strait or potential NATO militarization in the region could significantly jeopardize Russian finances, especially as oil prices soar and anticipated revenue skyrockets. Recognizing this vulnerability, Yemen has notably refrained from targeting Russian ships, ensuring freedom of navigation for Russian oil tankers en route to India and China. While there may be some link to Russia's relationship with Iran, the exact correlation remains disputed. Nonetheless, Russia has actively worked toward brokering a ceasefire in the Gaza crisis, sponsoring and voting for resolutions advocating a permanent cessation of hostilities. These efforts align with Russia's pursuit of peace in a conflict that has disproportionately impacted innocent Palestinians, resulting from the occupation's indiscriminate targeting of civilian infrastructure, homes, and shelters through its military actions. Furthermore, Russia facilitated a meeting in Moscow between the political arm of the Palestinian resistance movement and Russia's international mission, reaffirming its genuine interest in seeking a just peace in the region as the successor of the Soviet Union. In light of these actions, Yemen perceives Russia as a fair and just actor and consequently has opted not to pose any threats to Russian ships and cargoes in the Red Sea. As a result, while the occupation's economy grapples with inflation stemming from disruptions in goods shipping, Russia continues to supply its competitively priced oil to nations like China and India. This advantage has raised concerns in Western capitals and underscores why Washington, despite staunchly supporting the occupation forces in Gaza, hastily formed a coalition not to halt occupation aggression, but to alleviate the punitive measures imposed by Yemen in pursuit of peace in the Palestinian region. The unfolding situation becomes intriguing as global shipping faces risks due to actions by Benjamin Netanyahu's army in Gaza, while commodity and oil prices skyrocket, benefiting Russia immensely. Conservative estimates suggest prices could reach remarkably high levels, offsetting the impact of Western sanctions on Russia. For example, predictions indicate that global oil prices could potentially double if disruptions occur in the Strait of Hormuz due to actions by Yemen's army. Dan Stuyven, Goldman Sachs's head of oil research, highlighted this likelihood during a televised interview, underscoring the impact of Yemeni initiatives such as the de facto blockade in the Red Sea and ongoing operations on cargoes. These actions, carried out in response to heightened tensions between occupying forces and those seeking freedom in Gaza, have raised concerns. Yemen's targeting of vessels associated with the occupation authority in occupied Palestine, in solidarity with the Palestinian cause, has sounded alarm bells. Stuyven noted that a month-long disruption in the Strait of Hormuz could trigger a 20% increase in prices, cautioning that prolonged interference might even double oil prices. While labeling this scenario as highly unlikely, several energy sector analysts have voiced similar concerns in recent weeks. The escalating attacks have compelled global shipping companies to reroute vessels away from the Red Sea, directing them around the Cape of Good Hope at the southern tip of Africa. This alternative route, which adds around 6,000 nautical miles to voyages between Asia and Europe or North America, unavoidably results in significant delays of up to a month and escalates shipping costs. The escalation could significantly impact occupied Palestine, potentially pressuring those advocating conflict to reconsider and seek a peaceful resolution to the crisis in Gaza. Furthermore, Russia's warning hints at the possibility of a perilous escalation closely linked to Iran's involvement. Russia's strong ties with Iran have played a pivotal role in advancing Iran's defense industries. While acknowledging the technological insights gained from captured American drones and unmanned vehicles, Russia remains a key contributor to Iran's technological advancements. This relationship, which flourished during the Ukrainian crisis, greatly influences the geopolitical dynamics in the Red Sea region. During the conflict in Ukraine, Iran proved instrumental by supplying much-needed drones when the conflict shifted into a technology-driven war. Russia faced a shortage of drones, particularly armed ones that were still in the developmental stages. Ukrainian forces, well equipped with effective Turkish and other Western drones, outmatched Russia. Iran stepped in, providing Russia with numerous Shahed drones. These cost-effective, easily producible and locally operable drones significantly altered the course of the conflict. They posed a substantial challenge to the well-armed Ukrainian forces supported by Western technology. This marked the first time the West acknowledged the superiority of Iranian-inspired technology, leading to considerable disruption in places like Kiev and a significant shift in the war's dynamics. This fraternal assistance solidified the relationship between the two countries, fostering a phase of multipolar cooperation primarily aimed at countering Western sanctions. To emphasize this newfound collaboration, Iran's leader recently visited Moscow, pledging close cooperation with the European country. Many speculated that the visit aimed to allay Russia's concerns regarding tensions in the Red Sea and its potential impact on Russia's ability to sell crude to Indian and Chinese refiners. Russia's concerns about the actions of occupation forces in Gaza also stem from the potential impact on its Muslim population. Although Islam is a minority religion in Russia, the country hosts Europe's largest Muslim population. Estimates suggest that Muslims in Russia number around 36 million, comprising roughly 22% of the total population. Sheikh Rawil Ghainaddin, one of Russia's Grand Muftis, estimated the Muslim population at 25 million in 2018. Islam holds a recognized position under Russian law and by political leaders, considered one of Russia's traditional religions. It's an integral part of Russian historical heritage and is supported by the government. The acknowledgement of Islam as a major Russian religion, alongside Orthodox Christianity, dates back to Catherine the Great's era, during which she supported Islamic clerics and scholarship through the Orenburg Assembly. The history of Islam in Russia encompasses periods of conflict, collaboration, and mutual support between the Muslim minority and the Orthodox majority. Given the careful attention paid to how Russia's actions in Gaza are perceived by Russian Muslims, the government has supported initiatives aimed at resolving the crisis permanently. This involves advocating for a two-state solution to bring peace and development to the peninsula. There's a perception, whether true or false, of America obstructing attempts for lasting peace in Palestine. Washington's apparent complicity through its unwavering support for occupation forces in Gaza is conspicuous. It's vital to raise awareness and foster informed discussions on this issue. Sharing this information and staying updated on Palestine's developments can contribute to a better understanding of the situation. Until the next update, let's hope
Now, the imperialists was attacked today in Syria in the oil fields that they're trying to steal. They was attacked in Iraq. They trying to steal. The Sleepy Joe got the U.S. soldiers over there who working at the hand of the corrupt bankers. They're in danger, and nothing America say or do is gonna stop the Iraqis, stop the Syrians, stop the Palestinians, stop the Lebanese, stop the Yemenis, stop the Iranians. Nope, they're not. None of that talk is gonna stop these individuals from ridding the Middle East of the imperialists over this war. It looks that way to me. I mean, you have all of your warships, all of your advanced drones, and nuclear submarines, and tough talking, and you still haven't stopped none of the rockets, none of the explosions. I mean, I woke up to this. Missile attack on U.S. base in Syria. What the hell is the U.S. got a base in Syria for? Near the oil field. Oh, they supposed to be fighting ISIS. Well, why the hell? When I'm going to get an article about the U.S. attacked by ISIS or the U.S. attacking ISIS? All lies. But, you know, I'm pretty sure the Republicans going to talk tough. They want war, bomb Iran, overthrow Iran. You could if you would if you could. So you can't, so you ain't. This is very disturbing that these militia groups is handling the U.S. real rough. And then I hear on TV they want to fight Iran. Oh, you do? Well, they want to fight you too. And they showing you that every day. So yeah, it was real bad news when the U.S. showed the world they couldn't beat the Taliban. Nobody took it serious no more. No matter what type of weapons you got, you cannot achieve your objectives militarily. Revolutionary salute, family. So this is very embarrassing for Jim Crow Joe. His Secretary of State Lloyd Austin has been playing hooky from work on our dime, hiding out in the hospital. I don't know. Did he get bombed? Maybe he got bombed. Maybe he was over there doing a surprise visit. This is serious. And maybe Lloyd Austin was in one of those. I don't know. I'm just saying. Why the hell was he hiding out? And it's a scandal in Washington, D.C. right now that Lloyd Austin, it's always a black dude, say playing hooky from work on our dime, but was in a hospital the whole time? How could that be? Well, let's look deeper into what's going on in Iraq. Humiliation of Jim Crow and the U.S. puppets.
It was bound to happen sooner or later. Everything that was happening in the geopolitical arena indicated that the United States would not be able to maintain its own presence in the Middle East at the same level. Every day, the United States faces tremendous pressure in this region of the world. Attacks on the U.S. military and Washington's representatives in Iraq and other countries of the Middle East do not stop even for one day. There is an impression that with Biden's rise to power, the process of disintegration of the unipolar empire of the United States has only accelerated. After the world saw the shameful flight of the United States from Afghanistan and Washington's inability to bring Russia to its knees on the battlefield with the help of Western weapons and unprecedented sanctions, the authority of the former hegemon began to rapidly collapse. Even Saudi Arabia, being a staunch ally of Washington for many decades, went against the United States. Mohammed bin Salman not only rejected President Biden's requests to increase oil production to deprive Russia of additional earnings, but also openly began to build good and warm relations with Moscow. This fact has become another humiliating geopolitical defeat for the United States. It was impossible to imagine such a development of events in the 80s and 90s of the last century. But as you can see, times are changing. As they say, nothing is ever permanent in this world. However, instead of somehow correcting the current situation, the Biden administration continued to make unforgivable mistakes that finally destroyed Washington's remaining influence in the Middle East. At the moment, it is safe to say that in the Middle East, only Qatar continues to maintain allied relations with the United States. However, against the background of Israel's destructive behavior in the Gaza Strip, which led to the deaths of tens of thousands of civilians, and Washington's desire to destroy Hamas, the Qatari authorities will also soon have to abandon friendship with the Americans. Moreover, the United States even managed to completely lose control and influence in such a country as Iraq. After the overthrow of Saddam Hussein in April 2003, the United States established a puppet government in Iraq, which was supposed not to interfere with the expulsion of Iraqi oil, and to contain the anger of the people against the occupation forces. However, as time has shown, these measures have not had the desired effect. The anger of the Iraqi people increased every year. Dozens of guerrilla movements and liberation forces appeared in Iraq, which began attacking U.S. military bases and Washington's representatives in the Middle East. All these years, the U.S. military has spent enormous efforts and funds in order to resist numerous armed formations. At the same time, it is worth noting that the situation of the U.S. military deteriorated significantly after Iran increased its support for Iraqi groups, supplying them with money, weapons, and experienced commanders. Almost every day, American military bases are attacked, claiming the lives of dozens of American soldiers. Moreover, after the Israeli invasion of the Gaza Strip, the situation of the Americans in Iraq deteriorated even more. Attacks on U.S. military bases have increased by 5 times. Against this background, in early January 2024, the Americans decided to eliminate Abu Taqwa al-Saadi, who was one of the most active field commanders of the Harakat al-Nujaba movement. According to preliminary data, it was this field commander who organized the most ambitious and bloodiest attacks on U.S. military bases and Washington's representatives. The elimination of this field commander was carried out using a drone in the southern part of Baghdad. However, unfortunately for the United States, the elimination of Abu Taqwa al-Saadi has not had the desired impact. Missile attacks on U.S. military bases have not only not decreased, but have also increased significantly. Moreover, the current Iraqi authorities were forced to begin the process of severing relations with the United States and called on Washington to immediately withdraw its troops from Iraq. It is reported that Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani has already ordered the creation of a special commission that will begin creating conditions for the withdrawal of U.S. soldiers and other coalition forces from the country. At the same time, there are bases to assume that this is exactly what the U.S. authorities were trying to achieve. The fact is that the Biden administration got really scared of a repeat of the Afghan scenario in Iraq. Everything that was happening indicated that the United States would soon be forced shamefully to flee Iraq, as it had done in Afghanistan. And in order to avoid another disgrace, it was decided to withdraw troops at the request of Iraqi Prime Minister Mohammed Shia al-Sudani. Whatever it may be, the U.S. exodus from the Middle East is just a matter of time. The Americans are doing everything to ensure that the Afghan scenario does not repeat itself in Iraq. And only time will tell whether the United States will succeed or not.
Today I'm going to be talking about Yemen and the so-called Houthi movement as it's portrayed in the Western media, which completely misinterprets what's actually happening. In reality, 80% of the population of Yemen live under a revolutionary government in which the so-called Houthi movement, which is officially known as Ansar Allah, is the main political force, but there are other political factions in this government based in the north of Yemen, and they have essentially tried to impose a naval blockade on Israel in order to support Palestinians who are being threatened with genocide sponsored by the Western powers. In December, the political forces that govern the majority of Yemen announced that they would attack any ships going through the Red Sea that are planning on providing supplies to Israel. This has massive economic implications because it means that ships will have to be rerouted and instead go south around the Cape of Good Hope in South Africa and instead enter the Mediterranean through Western Europe. The resistance forces that govern Yemen are blocking access of ships that go through the strategic Bab al-Mandab Strait, which also means that they're unable to go through the Suez Canal. And this is another very important choke point. The World Economic Forum reported that 30% of the world's shipping container volume transits through the Suez Canal, and 12% of the total trade of all goods pass through the Suez Canal. This is why Washington was so frightened by Yemen blocking the Bab al-Mandab Strait, and why the U.S. military announced its attempt to create a naval coalition to defend Red Sea shipping. Now, this brings me to the issue of Yemen and the so-called Houthi movement. The Western media constantly refers to this group as the so-called Houthi militia and constantly claims that they are Iranian proxies. This is ridiculous propaganda. First of all, they're not called the Houthis. That's the Western name. They're officially known as Ansar Allah, and they are indigenous Yemenis. They consist of people in Yemen who speak Arabic. They're not Iranians, and they emerged indigenously in the country in response to the history of U.S. drone wars and the U.S. invasion of Iraq and U.S. meddling in the region. This was acknowledged in a report published by the Brookings Institution, which is a mainstream think tank in Washington, in an article published by a former CIA agent named Bruce Rydell, who's a senior fellow for Middle East policy, and he served as a CIA analyst for 30 years. In this article at the Brookings Institution, he admitted that the so-called Houthi movement, that is Ansar Allah, has its origins in popular movements in the region, and in particular in response to the U.S. invasion of Iraq in 2003, which led to the increasing political involvement of what had previously been largely a cultural and religious group based in the north of Yemen. And he said, furthermore, more than 6 years of American support led by a neighbor most Yemenis hate, that is Saudi Arabia, including airstrikes, blockades, and intentional mass starvation of Yemenis, are the characteristics of a war the United States has supported, which led to increasing popular support for Ansar Allah inside Yemen. And he admitted the Houthis have created a functioning government, which includes representatives of other groups, and 70 to 80% of Yemenis live under the control of this government that this movement created. In reality, the so-called Houthi movement has a lot of popular support in Yemen, and you can see this because they constantly have huge rallies. There are videos on social media. They have rallies in support of Palestine, and every 21st of September, they have a rally marking the revolution in 2014, in which the so-called Houthi movement, Ansar Allah, took over the capital, Sana'a, in Yemen, and created a revolutionary government. This is not just some militia. This is the de facto government in the majority of Yemen, and they govern in alliance not only with people who are part of their movement, but also with members of other Yemeni political parties, including socialists, including Nasserists, including nationalists. They control government ministries. They have social services. They also have a significant military. And in fact, many of the branches of the previous military that governed Yemen joined them in 2014 when they launched this revolution on the 21st of September. At first, they created what was called a Supreme Revolutionary Committee, and then they created what is known as the Supreme Political Council. And this is the political body that governs most of Yemen. The reality is that Yemen today is essentially divided like it was until 1990. Until reunification in 1990, there were two separate countries. One was North Yemen and one was South Yemen. And today, the borders are mostly the same. They're slightly different, but today we see basically the same political division. But it's important to understand that if you look at a map, South Yemen looks much bigger, but most of South Yemen is not populated. 3/4 of the total Yemeni population live in the northern part, which is governed by the Supreme Political Council led by Ansar Allah. The government in the south is technically recognized by the United Nations, but that's because the Western powers have imposed that, and the U.S. prevents any change in international recognition because the U.S. holds the UN hostage. In reality, the so-called internationally recognized government in the south of Yemen, it's actually a puppet regime, and its former leader for years, who was a dictator named Abd Rabu Mansour Hadi, he was living in Saudi Arabia. He was not even living in southern Yemen. And he was widely referred to by people in Yemen as a Saudi puppet. In fact, Hadi was such a puppet that in 2022, the Wall Street Journal reported that Saudi Arabia forced him to step down and appointed its own hand-picked puppets to control southern Yemen. And now what's funny is the Wall Street Journal misleadingly referred to Hadi as a so-called elected president, but he was not actually elected. He did participate in a so-called election in 2012, but he was the only candidate, so he got 100% of the votes. It was not a real election. He was a dictator who was propped up by the Western powers, and it was a Saudi puppet living in Riyadh in order to try to control Yemen. Today, the so-called internationally recognized government based in South Yemen, its leaders largely live in Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates. And basically, there is a proxy conflict between the UAE and Saudi Arabia who bribe local politicians and militias and tribes in South Yemen to try to win support. And the UAE has been colonizing Yemeni territory, including the islands of Socotra. And the southern government is controlled by a so-called Presidential Leadership Council, which is largely dominated by separatists, which are called the Southern Transitional Council, which consists largely of Salafi extremists, and also they are backed by Israel. They support Israel, and they have asked for support from Israel in order to fight the so-called Houthis, that is Ansar Allah, that is the government in the north of Yemen. And they, again, only represent around 20%. In the south, these southern separatists backed by the UAE, allied with the US and Israel, they only represent around 20% of the Yemeni population. It's a complete farce. This is why the US government and Western media outlets try to falsely portray the so-called Houthis as Iranian puppets or Iranian proxies. It's projection for the fact that the people in southern Yemen that are trying to govern the country and claim to be the internationally recognized government, they themselves are actual puppets. If you want to understand Ansar Allah, there was a very interesting documentary published by a Saudi journalist named Safa al-Ahmad, and she published it at Frontline News, and it's titled The Fight for Yemen. In this documentary, Safa al-Ahmad interviewed numerous Yemeni leaders and from the revolutionary movement, from the revolutionary committee that was created after the revolution, and they took control of Sana'a, the capital, on the 21st of September 2014. And she noted that the so-called Houthi movement got a lot of support because they had an anti-corruption agenda. They were fighting against corrupt officials. And she also noted that they were being attacked by Al-Qaeda and also extremist other Sunni forces, like from the Muslim Brotherhood and other far-right Sunni forces. And she noted that Al-Qaeda is fiercely opposed to the Houthis. Al-Qaeda's Sunni extremist beliefs mean they consider the Houthis to be heretics. And the Houthi movement is rooted in the Zaidi faith. And the fact that they are Zaidi Muslims, which are Shia, is part of the sectarian propaganda narrative that Saudi Arabia and the Western powers have spread to try to portray them as Iranian puppets. But in reality, Zaidi Muslims are not 12er Shias, which is what most Shias are, including in Iran. In fact, they, in terms of their Islamic jurisprudence, they're actually much closer to mainstream Sunnis. So yes, they are Shia, but they're not Shia in the same way that Iranians are. But this is part of the sectarian narrative. And in this report, this documentary, the Saudi journalist Safa al-Ahmad interviewed many of the Ansar Allah leaders, and she said that at the heart of their Zaidi faith is the principle of rebellion against unjust rulers. And they were really motivated after the US invasion of Iraq, and they started to spread a revolutionary theory that combines Zaidi revivalism with an anti-imperialist, anti-US agenda. And there's an incredible moment in this documentary where she asks an Ansar Allah leader about the accusations that they are Iranian puppets. And they said, this is not true. These are just accusations. And the Ansar Allah leader said that, yes, okay, we have political and moral support from Iran, but we also support Hugo Chavez in Venezuela. Why is this insistence that we receive support from Iran, other than wanting to turn the struggle in this country and the region into a sectarian one based on the American and Zionist agenda? This is an incredible moment because it shows that Ansar Allah, which governs the majority of Yemen, is an anti-imperialist nationalist movement. And yes, they are religiously motivated like Hezbollah in southern Lebanon, but they are ultimately rooted in a nationalist struggle against colonialism and neocolonialism, against Israeli colonialism and US imperialism, and the constant invasions of the region and attacks on countries in the region and bombings. They are not Iranian puppets. Yes, they have received support from Iran, like Hezbollah in Lebanon, but they're not Iranian puppets. They are indigenous resistance forces rooted in national liberation struggles against neocolonialism by Western powers and their Israeli proxy. Israel's is actually a proxy of Western colonialism, led by US imperialism. And these are resistance nationalist forces that, yes, have a religious identity that's part of their struggle, like, for instance, liberation theology in Latin America, which was, these were these progressive, leftist, often socialist movements, but they were motivated by religious ideology. Even Hugo Chavez, who inspired the so-called Houthi movement in Yemen, Ansar Allah, they were inspired by Hugo Chavez. Well, Hugo Chavez himself talked about how Jesus Christ was a revolutionary, a socialist who cared for the poor and threw the moneylenders out of the temple. So in many of these struggles, in these progressive nationalist struggles against colonialism, religion plays a role to inspire people to fight against their oppressors. And this is exactly what is happening across the region in Yemen, in Lebanon, and in Palestine. And this is exactly why the Western powers supported Saudi Arabia and the UAE for years in a borderline genocidal war to kill as many Yemenis as possible, to try to overthrow the revolutionary government in the north of Yemen and to reimpose a puppet regime. This is why the United Nations reported in 2021 that 377,000 Yemenis had been killed in this war that began in 2015. I mentioned that in 2014, Ansar Allah led a revolution in Yemen that overthrew the Saudi puppet dictator Hadi and created a new popular government. Well, in response to that, in 2015, in March, Saudi Arabia, with the support of the US and the UK and France, launched a brutal bombing campaign intentionally targeting civilian areas, trying to starve as many Yemeni civilians as possible, killing hundreds of thousands of Yemenis in this genocidal scorched earth war. And mainstream media outlets like the Guardian newspaper in Britain acknowledged, quote, "The Saudis could not do it without us." This was a war that could only be carried out because the US and then also the UK, but mostly the US, supported Saudi Arabia and also the UAE in this scorched earth war against the people of Yemen to try to recolonize Yemen, because they saw Ansar Allah, the so-called Houthi movement, as a threat to Western neocolonialism in the region. And they were afraid that the revolution in Yemen could spread to other countries in the region, not least being Saudi Arabia itself, being that there is a small but important Shia minority in Saudi Arabia, which has been brutally oppressed by the Saudi regime with US support. And they have held many big protests against the brutally oppressive Saudi regime. And US support for this genocidal war on Yemen has been bipartisan. It started under Obama and it continued under Trump. And in fact, Donald Trump was one of the most pro-Saudi leaders in US history. And he, in 2019, he vetoed a bill that was passed by the US Congress that called for ending US support for the Saudi war in Yemen, which would have immediately ended the war because Saudi Arabia cannot wage war in Yemen without US support. Trump vetoed that peace bill. So anytime you hear some of Trump's ridiculous so-called MAGA supporters insanely try to portray him as an anti-war president, remind them of this completely criminal act in which Trump continued supporting this genocide in Yemen. And of course, Trump also, in January 2020, a year later, he killed Iran's top general Qasem Soleimani, and he killed the Iraqi military leader Abu Mahdi al-Mohandes in an act of war. And Trump continued the military occupation of Syria and boasted of stealing Syria's oil. It was because of this genocidal war backed by the US and the UK, that in 2018, the United Nations declared Yemen to be the worst humanitarian crisis on earth, with millions of people in dire need of humanitarian assistance. This was a horrific crime against humanity, with hundreds of thousands of people killed and blood on the hands of Western governments. And by the way, the so-called Houthi movement is not only popular just in Yemen, but also increasingly popular across the region. This was acknowledged in an article published by the New York Times, in which they said, quote, Yemen's Houthi militia has been gaining popularity across the Middle East. And they noted that increasingly across the region, the war in Gaza has left citizens seething with anger at Israel and the United States, and also at their own American-backed governments. And people have hailed the Houthis, that is Ansar Allah, as one of the few regional forces willing to challenge Israel with more than harsh words. This is exactly what I was saying earlier. Some of the other countries maybe criticize Israel, but they don't do anything tangibly to support Palestinians. This article in the New York Times quotes a Yemeni medical supply worker who says that Ansar Allah has given us dignity because they are fighting back against Western colonialism. And the article noted that the so-called Houthis call themselves Yemen's armed forces, because they are. Now, the New York Times, which is, of course, U.S. propaganda, they talk about the so-called internationally recognized government based in the South. But they don't mention that so-called internationally recognized government only actually controls 20% of the Yemeni population, and their so-called leaders live in Saudi Arabia and the UAE, and they're complete puppets with no legitimacy whatsoever. They don't mention that Ansar Allah runs the government with 80% of the population. But even the New York Times has to acknowledge that Yemen has become very popular, and they quote a Yemen analyst at the International Crisis Group, which is a Western propaganda organization. And this Yemeni analyst notes that people are very thrilled to learn that he is from Yemen. They're very excited, and they talk about how brave the Houthis are. And this article notes that actors like the Houthis are the region's only hope to challenge what they see as Western hegemony. So this is as honest as you're going to get from the mainstream media in the US, acknowledging that these are legitimate national liberation forces in the region that are fighting Western neocolonialism and defending the self-determination and sovereignty of their peoples.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Monday. It's been a long time since I said that. We have an amazing show. What do we have, Crystal?
Indeed we do. It's amazing first and foremost because Sagar is back.
Thank you.
Nice to have you here, my friend.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. I hope you enjoyed your time.
I did.
Much deserved.
I certainly did.
All right, lot to get to this morning. So actually just breaking, I just saw this. Hezbollah says that one of their commanders was killed in a strike. This comes as the U.S. defense establishment seems to be kind of freaking out about the chances of a broader war. So we'll break all of that down for you. Also, this was really something. The Secretary of Defense, Lloyd Austin, was secretly hospitalized and in the ICU, did not tell the White House.
The president?
Didn't tell the president, didn't tell the person who took over for him, had no idea that she was like first in command. Crazy story. And apparently he's still hospitalized. So we'll break that down for you. We've got Obama freaking out about Biden's reelection prospects and trying to intervene. We've got a billionaire freaking out about plagiarism accusations against his wife. Lots to say about that one.
We'll talk about it.
Sagar is taking a look at that horrifying situation on an airplane where the whole door blew out. Thank God everybody was safe, but it has grounded, again, a number of planes. And excited to talk today to Ahmed Khan. He is a former Biden donor who is done and had it over Biden's unconditional support of Israel. So we'll speak with him about his thinking.
Yes, that's right. But before we get to any of that, it is the new year and election season is officially on. It's 2024. So if you can go ahead and sign up to help us out, we would greatly appreciate it. Just to show you that we're very serious and we're already hitting the ground. This week on Thursday in the state of Michigan, we will be conducting a focus group with RFK Jr. supporters. So this is, I believe, the first time that a media organization has done a focus group. We're going to spend, just as we did previously with Trump and with Democrats, voting voters, talking to them about why they support RFK Jr., what independent views that they have, which particular ones, whether they just hate Trump or Biden. We're going to get really down into the specifics. I mean, we're going to treat him as I think that he should be treated, like the Ross Perot, really, of this election. And I'm honestly most excited and going to be fascinated by their responses.
Yeah.
More so, I think, even than the Trump and the Biden people, just to be like, what do you think? Why do you support RFK Jr.?
It was interesting, of course, talking to the Republicans and the Democrats. But to be honest with you, like, they get focus grouped and polled all the time.
Exactly.
So we had a little bit more of a sense of who they are, how they're thinking about things, et cetera. And so it was very edifying to see that confirmed with our focus group. But, you know, I really have a lot of interest in who are the people who are saying, I'm with RFK, how strong is their support? Do they consider themselves former Democrats, Republicans? Where are they on the political spectrum? A lot to get into. So super excited about that. So if you're able to support us on that front, it would be fantastic. And like Sagar said, the Iowa caucuses are freaking next week.
We're already planning. We got our New Hampshire plans. Like we're ready to go.
Wild. Yeah. So it is all upon us. All right. So speaking of things that are upon us, let's go ahead and put this first element up on the screen. As I just mentioned, Hezbollah is saying one of their top commanders was killed in a strike in southern Lebanon. And this comes as the U.S. defense establishment is leaking furiously to the press about their concerns that what is happening right now in the Middle East with our unconditional support could spark a broader war that draws us into it. This was a really quite bombshell report from the Washington Post. Israel's talk of expanding war to Lebanon alarms the U.S. Let me read you a little bit of this report. U.S. officials are concerned that Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu may see an expanded fight in Lebanon as key to his political survival amid domestic criticism of his government's failure to prevent Hamas's October 7th attack. This is something we've been warning about from day one, that the fact that Netanyahu is on the rocks pushes him to continue the war, to continue to escalate. And it seems like our concerns are very well founded. I'll read you a little bit more here. They say in private conversations, the administration has warned Israel against a significant escalation in Lebanon. If it were to do so, a new secret assessment from the Defense Intelligence Agency found it will be difficult for IDF to succeed because its military assets and resources would be spread too thin. Given the conflict in Gaza, since Hamas's October assault, Israeli officials have discussed launching a preemptive attack on Hezbollah. U.S. officials said that prospect has faced sustained U.S. opposition due to the likelihood it would draw Iran, which supports both groups, and other proxy forces into the conflict, an eventuality that could compel the U.S. to respond militarily on Israel's behalf. And, you know, this is something we have been tracking, Sagar, from the beginning. The incredible danger, the incredible risks of escalation here. You know, the one time when there was a little bit of a lull in tensions during the ceasefire, you saw the attacks on our troops in Iraq stopped. The Houthis dramatically scaled back their attacks. And yet it's remarkable, you know, the Biden administration is trying to figure out, okay, how do we avoid this escalation without ever floating the one obvious thing, which is to push for a ceasefire, which would immediately dramatically lessen tensions and avoid this potential disaster.
Well, it's obvious that that's not going to happen at this point. We'll talk a little bit about the diplomatic front. But on the war front, I mean, they should be terrified about this. And one of the ways that I really began to understand that this was real is when some of the most pro-Israel voices in the U.S. began warning about it.
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and put this up there on the screen. This is Jonathan Schanzer. I'm going to contextualize him a little bit for it, which is Schanzer works at the Foundation for Defense of Democracies, which is basically one of the largest pro-Israel, anti-Iran think tanks here in the United States and in Washington. They quite literally are funded by the Israeli government. So when they start warning, we should definitely take listen. Let's keep this up here so I can read it. He says, in the aftermath of the IDF strike that killed Hamas leader Saleh al-Aruri in Lebanon and the subsequent increase in the intensity of Hezbollah attacks, the risk of a full war between Israel and Hezbollah is now the most serious since the war began on October 7. Let's go to the next one here, please. He says that the Israeli media is now openly speaking about a two-front war. Nasrallah, the leader of Hezbollah, has now told Shia residents of southern Lebanon, vacate to the north. Netanyahu has now hinted that Nasrallah could be next. The U.S. wants to prevent such a war. This was a reason that we dispatched a carrier group to the Mediterranean. Officials are now leaking that Israel cannot afford such a war. Israel is not standing down, nor is Hezbollah, as evidenced now by continued strikes. I will say this, a war between Israel and Hezbollah is inevitable. These are his words. He says Israel's northern residents will not return until the security situation has changed, and what change will not likely come through clever diplomacy by the U.S. or France and not the UN. Go to the next one. This is, to me, the most important. He says, it now becomes a question of when, not if. My sense is that Israel notches a few high-value kills of Hamas leaders in Gaza. The leadership may then be willing to look north, but make no mistake, a war in the north will be highly destructive. The worst war that Israel has seen ever. And the destruction is only part of it. International pressure will escalate. The Iranians could escalate too. This would be a regional war. Very difficult decisions lie ahead. Mistakes can be easily made. All eyes on Israel's northern front. So when a pro-Israel voice, I mean, this entire group's, exists specifically to defend Israel and to advocate for war with Iran. We actually have interviewed people from FDD in the past over on Rising. I think it was after the Soleimani strike, and he was one of the people who is defending it. So the context in all of this to be seen here is that the battle space, quote unquote, for the in the internet and in the war of opinion is now playing out. The Biden administration doesn't want this to happen, but it's pretty clear to me that the Israelis do. I mean, that quote that from the Washington Post article of the Israeli defense minister, he says, we prefer the path of an agreed upon diplomatic settlement, but we are getting close to the point where the hourglass will turn over. This is not Gaza. Hamas has, basically is mounting an insurgency campaign. I think there'll be a low-grade military insurgency there for many years to come. But I'm not going to say it's manageable because it's going to be horrible, but it's a different military situation. Hezbollah, with their military capabilities, they've been preparing for this since 2006. And don't forget, 2006 was one of the worst wars that Israel has ever engaged in, and it caused significant strife in the country. And the IDF right now, they're sending reservists back. It's pretty clear the Israeli economy is suffering pretty badly from the overall effects of the war. The Houthi blockade is disrupting global shipping. That is nothing compared to what happens if this goes hot with Hezbollah. The Houthi attacks, the Iranian attacks, the attacks on American soldiers, and the likelihood, I actually am pretty willing to state that if Hezbollah, enters this war, and especially if Iranian proxy attacks continue, there's simply no way the U.S. will stay out of it. I'm not saying that we shouldn't stay. I believe that we should, but there's just, given the current environment, given the political situation, the Biden administration, and our number of thousands of troops in the Middle East, if you attack us, then what is it? There's no other choice that I think a lot of us face. So this is a very, very dangerous moment. Especially 2 months now into the war.
Absolutely. I don't think it's ever been more fraught and dangerous and more clear, the escalatory track that we're already on, than it is right now at this moment. There was another report. Huffington Post has actually done some good reporting on Israel's assault on Gaza. Let's put this up on the screen. Branko Marcetic was tweeting about this. He says, all U.S. war games, this is from the Huffington Post report, show an Israeli-Lebanon war, quote, escalating into something terrible. But the Biden White House still not considering putting conditions on arms transfers to Israel. One U.S. official says the problem is no one can rein in Biden. And Branko says this is alarming and damning, which I would have to agree with. So you have the various defense officials leaking to the Huffington Post, leaking to the Washington Post, leaking to the Wall Street Journal, leaking to all of these papers and media outlets. And maybe or maybe not, behind the scenes, Biden and co are saying, hey, please don't start a war with Hezbollah. We really don't want you to. But there is zero indication that they're actually willing to do anything to use U.S. leverage to try to prevent an outcome which they know would be completely disastrous. And so it's just yet another emblem of the completely pathetic and impotent direction of U.S. policy. And, to be honest with you, does Biden, what is his actual view of the risk here? Does he really understand the actual risk here? I have no idea. But at this point, given the months we've had of, U.S. actions being unconditional support, we're going to bypass Congress, we're going to bypass our normal State Department procedures to ship weapons into the region, we're going to tell them absolutely no red lines, and then we're going to have these little comments about how we're concerned about civilians, et cetera. At this point, we have to say all of that is nonsense. They actually completely support what Israel is doing with regards to Gaza. With this, do they support it? Do they not support it? I have no idea. But what I can tell you is they're not doing anything to forestall the possibility that we get dragged directly into this thing, whether we want to or not.
Yeah, that's right. On Israeli media, they're already talking about some of the effect of what this war will look like. Let's take a listen to this. This was from I-24 News inside of Israel.
Hezbollah has claimed to struck a very strategic Israeli Air Force facility that is a radar facility of the Israeli Air Force on Mount Meron. That sort of a radar facility is the one that enables the Israeli Air Force to control all of its aerial activity in the north, like we saw perhaps in that strike in Beirut last week, and so many other Israeli airstrikes in the region. I can also remind you and our viewers that just prior to the October 7th attack, Hamas has struck so many of Israel's surveillance systems, the cameras and other more advanced facilities, and even on October 7th itself was able to use drones to hit some of the very important strategic defense and radar systems on the border, what enabled Hamas to go on with that attack. And of course, that is extremely worrying if Israel's surveillance systems in the northern part of the next to the Lebanese border were also severely hit.
Yeah, Crystal, and that came right after 40 different projectiles. Let's put this please up on the screen. Hezbollah fired dozens of rockets in their, quote, initial response to the killing of the Hamas leader. This is all across of northern Israel. We've flagged this before, but we haven't touched on it quite a long time. Don't forget, 100,000 people inside of Israel have been relocated from the northern border. It is the largest internal migration in Israeli history, actually, since 1948, which demonstrates the really fear on their part that the civilians will get caught into it. And the Israeli government is paying, billions of dollars just to house these people inside their own country. This just demonstrates to us what it will continue and may look like. And a two-front war, I think, would be genuinely catastrophic because they would have to make the same choices that we did in Iraq and Afghanistan. And we are, we are probably the world's greatest military. And we had to call up all of our National Guard and all of our reserves, and we were stretched very thin. This is a much smaller country. The reservists, many of them have already been sent home. Some, many hundreds of people have been killed, IDF soldiers. This would be the beginning and the worst and the bloodiest incident in them so far. So I think we should take these warnings very, very seriously. And diplomatically, I think I just come down to this. I don't see a way out. Netanyahu is cut. He's stuck so between, Ben-Gvir and Smotrich.
Mhm.
And these guys are openly dissing America in public, which you guys did a great job of covering, being like, hey, we're a different, you guys are a friend, but you're not, where Israel is not the 51st state. I'm like, yeah, I agree. We shouldn't treat you as one. And
Yeah,
we
we're
certainly
like
do.
their extra state.
Exactly.
The way we act.
It's interesting. Loyalty runs one way. Right?
Who's the client state
whatever.
in this relationship?
It's just like Ukraine and Saudi Arabia and all these other people. It's like we're apparently just we cut the checks and we have too much. I don't know. We don't have enough pride to actually stand up for ourselves. Separate that though. Politically, inside Netanyahu, this is a good thing for him. His right-wing coalition is the only thing keeping him into power. Mm-hmm. They want war with Hezbollah. They're openly going out and they're saying it. So this would also stave off any more questions of the longer we get away from October 7th, it's no longer about October 7th. Yeah. It's just like Iraq, and it would just drag things on for longer and longer. The real question is about the Israeli public, and we haven't seen polling yet, though, to that effect. At a certain point, though, polling doesn't matter. If we see a series of, escalatory strikes, this thing could go hot in just a matter of days. It only takes one facility struck, then you strike another person, and that's it. A ship goes down, and then we're in a totally different situation.
Well, here's the other thing, is that the truth of the matter is, as horrific as the Israeli assault on Gaza has been for Palestinians living in Gaza, it has not been that successful. Correct. In terms of getting Yahya Sinwar, who, is like the big name that they were supposed to be going after. They haven't succeeded in that. They're claiming that they've basically, not eliminated Hamas in northern Gaza, but they've, severely degraded their fighting capabilities. But Hamas is still taking out top Israeli military officers in northern Gaza. So is that even accurate? By their own estimates which is the rosiest possible projection of how many Hamas militants they've taken out, it's nowhere close to even half of the fighters that they have. They've had to shift their language even, within Israel of, the goal is no longer eliminate Hamas, it's more like degrade Hamas, so they've had to shift their language. So the other piece of the incentive here with Netanyahu is he's got to bring home a victory if he has any prayer of staying in power. And so if victory is not going to come in Gaza, well, I guess we got to start a war on another front, which is something, by the way, they've been teasing from the beginning, even though, keep in mind, Hezbollah was not involved in October 7th. right? It's sort of like us going into Iraq when they had nothing to do with 9/11. It's a very similar vibes here because Hezbollah had nothing to do with October 7th. You'll recall Yoav Gallant, who is the defense minister in Israel, saying they could do in Beirut what they did in Gaza. And this was very early on. So they have been teasing this for quite some time now. You also had, I believe it was Yoav Gallant as well, saying we are fighting a 7-front war and we are taking actions already on 6 fronts. So in some ways, in some manners of speaking, this is already underway. And just to underscore that video that we showed you a moment ago, that analyst on an Israeli news channel, senior editor of I-24 News, he was talking about the fact Hezbollah, they've acknowledged now, the IDF has acknowledged Hezbollah was able to inflict severe damage on this Israeli base, this important strategic Israeli base pretty close to the Lebanon border. They were able to inflict severe damage. They have significantly more military capability than Hamas. I mean, it's not comparable at all. So you already see the escalatory chain. You had these tit for tat, attacks between Hezbollah and Israel. That's been going on for some time. Then you have Israel target and assassinate a top Hamas leader in the suburbs of Beirut. That was a huge escalation. Then in response, you have Hezbollah able to inflict severe damage on the Israeli airbase. And now this morning we get the word that Israel has been able to kill a top Hezbollah commander. So you can see the way that this is already building, and U.S. hand-wringing is not going to do a damn thing unless we actually are willing to back it up with some actions. Speaking of that, speaking of our impotence in this whole conflict, our feigned impotence, I should say, pretending like, oh, there's nothing we can do and we're doing our best, Antony Blinken is back in the region. I believe that this is his 4th time traveling there since October 7th. Let's put this up on the screen. He was meeting with various leaders in the region, and King Abdullah of Jordan warning Antony Blinken, Secretary of State, that there would be catastrophic ramifications if the war in Gaza does continue. This is a full readout of their meeting in Amman. Yashar Ali tweeted this out. His Majesty King Abdullah, during a meeting on Sunday with U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken, warned of the catastrophic ramifications of the continued war on Gaza, stressing the need to end the tragic humanitarian crisis in the Strip. This goes on. At the meeting attended by His Royal Highness, His Majesty stressed the important role of the U.S. in pushing towards an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, protection of civilians, while guaranteeing the sustainable delivery of sufficient humanitarian and relief aid to the Strip. The King reaffirmed there will be no stability in the region without a just solution to the Palestinian issue and a just and comprehensive peace on the basis of a 2-state solution. His Majesty expressed Jordan's rejection of the forced displacement of Palestinians in the West Bank and Gaza, something that many Israeli politicians at this time have been pushing for, which constitutes a clear violation of international law. The king also reiterated Jordan's rejection of attempts to separate Gaza and the West Bank, as they are both part of the Palestinian state. And Sagar, we also had 2 Democratic senators. It was Chris Van Hollen and someone else, I'm blanking on who the other person was, who were just in the region as well. And they're calling out Israel for blocking aid delivery and imposing this insanely cumbersome process that makes it impossible to get anywhere close to sufficient aid into Gaza. This at a time when, the UN is reporting half of Gazans are starving and 90% are regularly going full days without eating anything. So even apart from, the bombs and the bullets, the starvation, dehydration, and disease is likely to ultimately claim more lives than even we've seen from the direct assault.
Yeah, a direct assault, looting, all of that. There's also some breaking news I want to mention. Crystal is tying us a little bit back. That just came from Haaretz. 103 Israeli soldiers were just wounded yesterday in the war. Only 19 of those in Gaza. So that's over 80 Israeli soldiers wounded in a single day by Hezbollah. I mean, those are stunning numbers. I mean, this just came out now.
So this is like at the Lebanese border.
Lebanon. This is at the northern front, for Israel. Wow. I just wanted to mention it because, I mean, that's it took them weeks to lose 100 people or to even have wounded casualties in Gaza, just to demonstrate again the military capabilities. This is what actual ballistic missiles look like, not piddly little rockets that are launched from Gaza. So all that situation, together is really, really terrifying. We have this last piece we can put up here about the escalating attacks between the U.S. and the Houthis. They say the U.S. seeks to contain the Iranian proxies as concerns about a wide Middle East war is breaking out are increasing. And honestly, this policy has been a failure. I've been watching from afar to watch. I mean, we've watched the vast majority of traffic that was supposed to go through the Red Sea now divert around the Horn of Africa. The big problem with that is that it costs a lot of money, and all of us are the ones who are going to be paying for it. So congratulations, inflation is almost certainly going to be back. This is a devastating blow actually to the European economies. This was an easier way for a lot of them to get goods. The Chinese and others are going to be going around in different ways, but this level of disruption to global shipping is absolutely unprecedented. We have not seen anything like it since the Russian invasion. And before that, honestly, we had not seen anything like that in decades. Maybe the Suez Crisis.
Yeah, well, the Houthis are very clear about why they're doing this. It is in direct response to Israel's assault on Gaza and our enabling of that, by the way. And they actually put out a statement saying, listen, we're actually upholding, the Genocide Convention, which obligates you not only to not commit genocide, but to take actions to prevent genocide. They say, hey, that's what we're up to here. That's why we're taking these actions that we're taking. So again, you have this long CNN report, defense officials leaking to them, freaking out about the risk and the possible broader war. And nowhere in it do they indicate there's a very clear direction to go in to stop and to cease these hostilities and to, eliminate the risk that this blows up into some larger conflict. And that's a ceasefire. That's to push for a ceasefire. Nowhere is that reported in the press. They don't put that context in whatsoever that, we're trying to pull this coalition together. It's like a new coalition of the willing. It did. Right. There were countries that initially joined that backed down. We never really had significant regional participation. Bahrain, that was the only regional country that participated at all. People didn't want to be associated with it. And so it really has been yet another humiliating failure for the U.S. here in terms of their attempt to deal with it.
I want to spend just a few moments on this because I've seen a lot of people like, let's bomb them. And look, I'm not above bombing. You kill an American soldier, you target a U.S. flagship, we should bomb the hell out of you. Here's the issue. The Saudis have carpet bombed Yemen to kingdom come.
Right.
What happened? The Houthis won. They won the war.
That's right.
So it's like, if bombs could solve this issue, then the Saudis would have already done it. And if you think that, they're incompetent or whatever, they're using our weapons, just so everybody knows. We were helping them pick targets and we were supplying their entire war in Yemen. It became a horrific humanitarian disaster, and the Houthis still have the capabilities. Unfortunately, this is not a problem which can be solved with air power alone. To solve this and to actually put an end to the attacks, we could pursue diplomacy, or we're going to have to occupy Yemen. There's just no other way around it. Actual, ground soldiers would have to go in and they would have to dig them out of the fortifications that they've had now throughout the entire civil war. They have huge stockpiles of weapons. I mean, the military capability of the Houthis and of Hezbollah, I would put it on par with like a small European nation. It's not a paramilitary force in the same way that Hamas is. So I just want to put that out there, because people are like, well, why isn't the military doing anything? They would if they could. That's not, if it was as simple as just bombing a single ballistic missile station or whatever inside of Yemen, it would be easy. But we have learned from the Saudis that it's not that simple. And in fact, the Saudis in the middle of their war, they often had missiles raining down on their own country, and they have freaking Patriot batteries and all of that. This would take billions of dollars, and there would be no way of quote unquote solving this problem without American ground troops.
Well,
the Saudi campaign shows us that for sure.
There's an ongoing peace negotiation with Saudi and the Houthis. I mean, the Houthis control a portion of Yemen, including the capital city. The Saudi-backed, forces control another part of Yemen. So there's this ongoing process to come to some sort of negotiated terms. The U.S. is also concerned about upsetting that process. The Saudis don't want that process upset. Right. So there's those considerations as well. But, from the Houthis' perspective, this has been tremendously prestige building for them.
Of course, yeah.
Tremendous.
Disrupting global shipping.
This little force that's able to disrupt the whole globe and have massive, and now going toe to toe with the, world's great superpower. If we struck them directly, if we hit them directly, that would only further enhance their prestige. I mean, for them, this is really a win-win situation that they have figured out here, because there was some, discontent among their own people as the war is coming to a close. And so the Palestinian cause is one that unites everyone in Yemen. So they're able to demonstrate that they're fully behind that. They're able to raise their profile globally. And, if we were to hit them, that's how we're saying, like, they've been bombed to hell. If bombs were the answer, that would have been solved long ago. I just want to come back finally, and then we'll move on to some of the information that's come out about the way the media is reporting on all of this conflict, that there is a very simple way for this to end, and that's through a ceasefire. And then, the Houthis have made it clear this is their beef. They will stop messing with the Red Sea if you have a ceasefire. The attacks in Iraq, those will stop if there's a ceasefire. The escalation with Hezbollah, if there's a ceasefire. So there is a very clear direction we should be going in if we are concerned about these things, and more bombs and more aircraft carriers and more hand-wringing to the Washington Post is not going to solve the problem.
I unfortunately think you're probably right, and I don't see a situation, but I mean, the political wins in Israel are just so far, beyond that until something really truly breaks here in Washington, which I think we're still a very, very long way away from, this is the more likely path.
And it really is Biden. I mean, it's very clear now that even his top defense officials seem very unhappy with the direction things are going, and this really does come down to
when they're conscious and not in the
more.
ICU.
Funded by viewers like you. Please support our work at democracynow.org/give. Secretary of State Antony Blinken's back in the Middle East to meet with leaders across the region. During a stop in Qatar, Blinken warned the war in Gaza could, quote, easily metastasize into a regional war. While Blinken's publicly calling for de-escalation, the Biden administration continues to face criticism for sending more weapons to Israel while carrying out its own attacks in Iraq and Syria, as well as targeting Houthi forces in Yemen. This comes as Israel's bombardment of Gaza has entered its fourth month, as the UN top humanitarian official warns the relentless assault has left Gaza uninhabitable. According to Palestinian health officials, the death toll in Gaza is nearing 23,000, including almost 10,000 children. Israel's attacks continue to take a devastating toll on Palestinian journalists. By one count, at least 100 Palestinian journalists have been killed so far since October 7th.
War crime.
On Sunday, an Israeli airstrike in southern Gaza killed 2 journalists, Mustafa Thuraya of Agence France Presse and Hamza Al-Dadou of Al Jazeera. Hamza was the eldest son of Al Jazeera's Gaza bureau chief, Wael Al-Dadou, who'd already lost his wife, daughter, another son, and a grandson in an Israeli airstrike in October, and then was wounded in another strike that killed his cameraman, Samer al-Daka. On Sunday, the BBC's Julian Marshall interviewed Israeli spokesperson Elan Levy.
Al Jazeera operating in Gaza legitimate journalists as far as Israel is concerned?
I'm not sure what standard we're using to measure legitimate journalists. We have intense criticism of Al Jazeera and the way that they have been fueling a lot of violence in this conflict with their incorrect reporting.
The Israeli government is not a fan of Al Jazeera. Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
To me?
We
Right.
are not big fans of Al Jazeera. That is correct. We much prefer the BBC.
Right. But so you would possibly prefer Al Jazeera not to have a presence in Gaza?
We prefer for Hamas not to have a presence in Gaza.
Well, I'm talking about Al Jazeera. You would prefer Al Jazeera not to have a presence in Gaza?
We would prefer that all media reporting about this conflict be accurate, not spread lies and disinformation in the way that Al Jazeera has been doing.
For more, we're joined in Washington, D.C. by Trita Parsi, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute for Responsible Statecraft. His piece for The Nation is headlined, "Will Israel Drag the U.S. into Another Ruinous War?" Trita, welcome back to Democracy Now! So we're talking to you on the Blinken trip through the Middle East, something like the 5th time he'll be going back to Israel and the West Bank. And when he was in Qatar this weekend and held a news conference, the day he arrived in Qatar, Al Jazeera's reporter, Hamza Al-Dadou, the son of the Gaza bureau chief of Al Jazeera, Wael Al-Dadou, was killed in an airstrike on a car that also killed an AFP reporter. Can you talk about the significance of this?
Well, this is the conflict in which we have seen more journalists being killed than in any other recent conflict. And it increasingly appears as if those are not accidents, but actually targeted, particularly in the case of this journalist, as you mentioned in your program. His family has been targeted, he has been targeted, and now his son has been killed as well. It increasingly looks as if Israel is desiring to make sure that Al Jazeera no longer can operate in Gaza. And it is largely thanks to Al Jazeera that we know so much about what has been happening in Gaza, because they had a presence there from before the war began. So they were already there once the war started. This is a tremendous danger, because with what the South Africans are accusing Israel of when it comes to genocide, not having eyes and ears on the ground there completely changes the pictures in terms of what the Israelis can and cannot do.
And talk about what this means in terms of an escalation, not a de-escalation, although Tony Blinken keeps talking about de-escalation, of a wider war in the Middle East. Why he's in the Middle East, having gone from Turkey and Greece to Qatar. He's going to Saudi Arabia today, to Israel and to the West Bank and beyond.
I think the Biden administration clearly do not want an escalation. They do not want to see a widening of the war. But the approach that they have pursued is one in which they're trying to maximize Israel's ability to continue to bomb Gaza while putting pressure on other actors in the region for them not to escalate, while the administration itself admits that there is no desire in Hezbollah, in Iran, for a wider war. So it's not as if they want that war when it comes to Hezbollah, yet the pressure is supposed to be on them while not putting pressure on the Israelis. This is not going to work in the long run. We've already seen that day by day we're getting closer and closer towards a military confrontation that is much larger than just Gaza. Unless the Biden administration is willing to also put material support on Israel, we will most likely move further into that escalation. And this is what is so perplexing about the Biden administration's position. The fastest and easiest way to actually get a de-escalation is most likely a ceasefire in Gaza. The groups such as Iraqi militias, the Houthis, have made it clear that if there is a ceasefire, they will cease their attacks. Now, we have evidence of that as well, because when there was a ceasefire in the end of November of last year, for 6 days, there were no attacks whatsoever from the Iraqi militias. They completely stopped their attacks. There were 6 attacks the day before the ceasefire. But once there was a ceasefire, they're completely stopped. When it comes to the Houthis, there's only one attack during that period that we can attribute to them instead of daily attacks. So we have some clear evidence that if there is a ceasefire, there will be a de-escalation. Yet that is the option that the Biden administration is unwilling to pursue. Instead, it is going around the region, asking other countries to put more pressure on Iran, on Hezbollah, on other actors. Some of that pressure is probably quite needed, but in the absence of a ceasefire, it will probably not be effective.
As Tony Blinken, as President Biden calls for a de-escalation, they continue to provide weapons, circumventing Congress twice, providing artillery shells for Israel's bombardment of Gaza. You quote in your Nation piece retired Israeli Major General Yitzhak Brik, who conceded in November, all of our missiles, the ammunition, the precision-guided bombs, all the airplanes and bombs, it's all from the U.S. Can you talk further about this contradiction between what the U.S. is saying and actually how much power it has? Give us a history lesson in the past, going back to President Reagan and Lebanon, when the U.S. says stop.
The Biden administration, I think, has been pushing a narrative that essentially says that Biden doesn't have the leverage, the U.S. doesn't have the leverage to be able to stop this. It doesn't seem to be compatible with reality because, as you pointed out, the Israeli Major General himself admits that all of these weapons are coming from the United States. And if the U.S. were to put a stop to these shipments, then the Israelis would not be able to continue this fight for much longer. So a question is not whether the U.S. has leverage. It clearly does. The question is whether Biden is willing to use it. And so far, he has not been willing to use it because he's actually buying into supporting the Israeli objective of completely defeating Hamas. He seems to want to see Israel do to Hamas what the US couldn't do to the Taliban. But we have historical examples. In 1982, when Israel went into Lebanon and the Reagan administration started to become increasingly concerned about this and viewed it as being detrimental to US interests, eventually Ronald Reagan, both publicly and in a private conversation with Menachem Begin, essentially told him, you have to stop. Otherwise, I'm going to freeze the shipments of F-16 airplanes to Israel. Within 20 minutes, Menachem Begin called back and ordered a retreat of the Israelis out of Lebanon. We have clear examples in the past in which pressure, particularly public pressure, actually has been effective. The reason why Biden is not using it is because he's bought into the Israeli objective.
I mean, all the polls in the United States show the overwhelming number of young voters are opposed to his position right now when it comes to Israel and the West Bank, people of color as well. Can you explain, as a person who understands a lot about what goes on inside the Beltway, why Biden is refusing to in any way stand up, not just signal on the outside calling for de-escalation, but actually making those calls, since he's had, to say the least, so many with Netanyahu?
I think the Biden administration made a huge miscalculation from the outset. They did not think that there would be this type of a backlash amongst the American public, including his own supporters, against the Israeli campaign. Now, when it has happened, it appears that the conclusion in the White House is that they have already lost these votes. They will not be able to gain them back if they shift their position. But if they shift their position, they will likely lose some of the voters that are in support of Israel's campaign. That calculation, however, seems to leave out a very important component, which is that there's also another block of voters, a block of voters that have not yet given up on Biden. But if this war continues, as it now appears that it will, and particularly if it enlarges and drags the US into it, then Biden also risks losing that block. And if that block is larger than the block of voters who support Israel's campaign, then Biden is compounding his initial miscalculation by further undermining his own ability to get reelected.
The Iraqi government is blasting the United States after a U.S. drone strike in Baghdad killed a top commander in an Iran-backed militia in Iraq. On Friday, the Iraqi government announced plans to expel U.S.-led forces from Iraq. Can you talk about the significance of this, Trita?
This is very important because this is highly problematic for the Iraqi government. The Iraqi government has tried to walk a fine balancing act. They wanted to keep a certain degree of a U.S. military presence in Iraq, at least for the next few years, while at the same time balancing that against the pressure from Iraqi militias and others who want to see the U.S. leave. Once the U.S. is now actually assassinating leaders of those militias inside of Iraq, in the previous weeks, those attacks were taking place in Syria. Now they've also started to take place in Iraq itself. This is highly problematic. It's a violation of Iraq's sovereignty, according to the Iraqi government, and it further increases the pressure on the Iraqi government to ask the U.S. to leave, which I believe will happen relatively, in the next years or so. It will happen. It's not sustainable to have the U.S. troops there. Ultimately, from a U.S. perspective, I think that's actually a good thing. Those troops in Iraq are essentially sitting ducks, and they're targets of these Iraqi militias. You take those troops out, and the Iraqi militias don't have targets to shoot at, and as a result, the tripwire for the U.S. to get dragged into a war, at least that one will be removed.
Let me ask you as we wrap up, a suspected Israeli strike in southern Lebanon has killed a senior commander in an elite unit of Hezbollah earlier today, in a move that further escalates tension in the region. The significance of this from Iraq to southern Lebanon, Trita.
So you have three major fronts in which the risk of escalation is significant. Of course, you have the Red Sea with the Houthis attacking ships. You have the Iraqi militias and Syrian militias targeting U.S. troops. And then you have the desire of the Israelis to expand the war into Lebanon and try to take out Hezbollah as well. The last one is getting really heated up right now. The attack this morning is yet another one. There has already been a bit of a shooting war, but it's at lower level between Israel and Hezbollah ever since the start of the war after October 7th, but it is escalating and it's getting deeper into both Israeli and Lebanese territory. One of the things that I think is highly problematic in the way that the mainstream media has covered this is that it talks about how Biden is grappling with how to avoid an escalation of this war. And I genuinely believe that the Biden administration doesn't want that. But these reports don't seem to mention that the demand of some of these groups is a ceasefire. And if there is a ceasefire, they would also then de-escalate their attacks on US troops, etc. Now, the reporting doesn't have to say that this is what is going to happen. It should be scrutinizing these statements by the Houthis and Iraqi militias. But at a minimum, it needs to mention that that is their demand so that the American public is aware that it appears to exist an option for de-escalation through a ceasefire. The fact that it is not mentioned in most mainstream media is highly problematic because it leaves the public with the wrong impression that the only way Biden can de-escalate is by further escalating the situation, by increasing the deterrence and attacking whether it's the Houthis or the Iraqi militias. The option of actually going for a ceasefire to de-escalate doesn't seem to be mentioned in the mainstream media, and that's a major mistake, I think.
Trita Parsi, I want to thank you for being with us, Executive Vice President of the Quincy Institute.
Quite a report from The Intercept. Let's put this up on the screen. So Daniel Boguslaw reported this out for them. The headline here is CNN is running Gaza coverage past their Jerusalem team operating under the shadow of the IDF censor. So here's a little bit of context. Any foreign news outlet operating in Israel is obligated to run all their stories past the IDF censor and with very predictable results. Now, other news organizations have made the choice to route their Israel coverage through other bureaus outside of Israel to try to avoid this censorship. CNN has not done that. Let me read you a little bit of the report. This is sort of laying out what I just said. Like all foreign news organizations operating in Israel, CNN's Jerusalem bureau is subject to the rules of the IDF censor, which dictates subjects that are off limits for news organizations to cover and censors articles it deems unfit or unsafe to print. As The Intercept reported last month, the military censor recently restricted 8 different subjects, including security cabinet meetings, information about hostages, reporting on weapons captured by fighters in Gaza. In order to obtain a press pass in Israel, foreign reporters must sign a document agreeing to abide by the dictates of that censor. Only democracy in the Middle East, people. Also in October, CNN hired a former IDF soldier to contribute writing and reporting to CNN's war coverage. Tamara Michaeli's first byline appears on October 17th, just 10 days after Hamas's attack. Since then, her name has appeared on dozens of stories citing the IDF spokesperson and relaying info about the IDF's operations in the Gaza Strip. At least one story that has her byline alone is little more than a direct statement released from the IDF. So this is who they brought in for their coverage, which they are also choosing to run by the IDF censor. She apparently served in the IDF's spokesperson unit, a division of the Israeli military charged with carrying out positive PR, both domestically and abroad. Seems like she still works for that unit, actually. And Israel coverage is subject to a special review process that is unique to just exclusively to Israel coverage. A CNN staff member described how the policy works in practice. Quote, war crime and genocide are taboo words. Israeli bombings in Gaza will be reported as, quote, blasts attributed to nobody until the Israeli military weighs in to either accept or deny responsibility. Quotes and info provided by Israeli army and government officials tend to be approved quickly, while those from Palestinians tend to be heavily scrutinized and slowly processed. Sagar, can you imagine if a news outlet was running all of their stories by Hamas?
Yes.
Before publishing it, how people would feel about that? And yet CNN thinks that this is all fine and well and good and counts as journalism.
It's just outrageous. You know, there's so many ways in which there's media manipulation that happens behind the scenes and eventually just comes really forward at moments like this. We saw a glimpse of that earlier when you had reporters who went in there. And actually, I'll give them credit at least for this, is that they admitted it. They're like, look, the only way we could have this footage is if we gave it to the Israelis and they were able to edit it. That you're in a tough situation. I think that on par, as long as you disclose that, it's okay. But here, they're not disclosing how much of the editing is happening and screening behind the scenes to a direct foreign government. And it just goes to the question, like, who are you working for here? Are you just supposed to be reporting the news about what's happening? I mean, we are a small little YouTube show. We would never adhere to anything like this.
Yeah.
And I want to give people, you know, an idea. People try this crap all the time. So when we were over at the Hill and I interviewed Trump, this is a fun story. So who was that woman, E. Jean Carroll, had just that day, she had come out against Trump and said she sexually assaulted her. Before we went in there, Sarah Sanders looks me directly in the face. She's like, look, just don't ask about the E. Jean Carroll thing. We were like, yeah, totally, of course. And what do you think we asked about at the end? E. Jean Carroll. You know why? Because it's like, sorry, I don't work for you.
Right.
And there's another one. So in that, they said, Trump had said something about how he was going to go meet Kim Jong-un at the DMZ, the famous meeting. And she was like, hey, if you guys report that, then the meeting won't happen. It's a national security risk. And we're like, okay, well, we can hold off, but we're going to put it out there the moment that the meeting happens, or, you know, before security situation. So that, I think, was a reasonable one, because, you know, if we report that and a meeting doesn't happen, it's one of those where there's a genuine security risk and all that. But the E. Jean Carroll thing, we're like, oh, this would look bad for us. It's like, I'm sorry, eat shit, honestly. I mean, that's just one of those where you don't get to tell us what to do.
Right.
I'll lie to your face just to get in the room. But, you know, after that, okay, don't invite me back. I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah.
And it's one of those where that's how you're supposed to operate in the media. That's what actual journalism is supposed to look like. That's a small thing, but it's just a demonstrative of an attitude, as opposed to, and you and I, when we do this, we do not adhere to any preconditions when we do interviews. Part of the reasons many politicians are afraid to come on the show is because they will say things like, oh, well, he only wants to talk about taxes. And it's like, okay, that's fine. But, you know, just so you know, that's not going to happen.
Right.
Or we'll be like, yeah, sure, come on in, and then we'll ask you about whatever we want. That is how traditionally you're supposed to operate with anyone in power, Republican, Democrat, anyone. And yet this is just, I mean, shocking. It's truly shocking.
There's a dance that goes on with these politicians where they routinely, you know, they want to know what you're going to ask about. They want to limit the conversation. And if you are worth your salt, you say no.
Yeah,
you just say no. And
Yeah.
I think you can tell by the interviews we conduct here that we don't abide by the
Never.
rules and guidelines that they're asking for. You know, so obviously we have no transparency into what has been blocked, what has been censored, what language has been changed, what stories never got run or surfaced at all. So all you can do is look at what they're publishing and see the way that it is framed. So I kid you not, after I read the story, I went on CNN's website, and this was literally one of the first stories that popped up. And the impact of the censor is plainly obvious. Like the language that they talk about here, oh, it's going to be blast, but we're not going to attribute to Israel, is manifestly clear. Put this up on the screen. This is a horrifying story. More than 10 children a day are losing one or both legs in Gaza, according to Save the Children. So their headline does not attribute the fact that these kids are losing their limbs to Israel, which is the reason that they're losing these limbs. And then when you read the story, here's what they say. More than 10 children on average have lost one or both of their legs every day in Gaza since October 7th. Again, like the limbs just fell off. No, they lost them because they were bombed by Israel. While many of the amputations are conducted without anesthetic, again, why? Because Israel is blocking medical supplies from coming in. The charity Save the Children said in a statement Sunday, referencing statistics released by the UN. And then they quote someone as saying, doctors and nurses are completely overwhelmed when children are brought in with blast wounds. Blast wounds. So again, the language is specifically cited in the Intercept report. Nowhere in here, in this first part of the report, do they explain why these kids are losing their limbs, 10 kids a day losing one or both legs and having to be operated on with no anesthetic. No responsibility attributed there. Now, if it was in the other direction, if it was talking about the October 7th attacks and the atrocities that Hamas were committed, no problem attributing responsibility, no problem using visceral language about those horrors. But here, when it's Israel, totally different.
That's what's so stupid is that obviously you should do it when you're talking about the victims of October 7th, and you should just talk when you're talking about the victims of war. And again, let's be very clear. We should use it when we're talking about anyone who is a non-combatant civilian. I mean, and you can't even argue that these like small kids, at least in this, instance, are not working for or not like fighting for Hamas. It's just, look, passive and the way that you do use language and all of that is one of the oldest forms of media manipulation and of the way of presentation and all of that of a story. And I think the passive language, the way that you use it, is always, the most significant for the way that they frame something. It's like the traditional thing when Democrats do something bad and the New York Times will be like, Republicans pounce on the fact that Democrats do something. And it's like, well, just say they did a bad thing. Okay. We don't have to play dancing games here. And look, the right-wing media does it too, obviously. So it's just, you can present things without trying to spin them at all times. But apparently that's not what they want to do over there.
Adam Johnson flagged another example where you can see the potential impact of the IDF censor here. Put this up on the screen. His commentary says, I'm losing my mind. UN Special Rapporteur on the Human Rights of Internally Displaced Persons correctly accuses Israel of working to expel civilian population of Gaza. CNN reports it as mere allegation without mentioning Netanyahu himself explicitly said this is his goal just yesterday. And then he posts the report where, they're just saying, oh, well, they're accusing them of this without providing any of the context that literally the prime minister, the dude who's in control, has made it clear that this is also his goal. And this is the same game, Sagar, that the State Department and the Department of Defense has been playing as well, of like, oh, we condemn the statements from these extremists, Smotrich and Bezalel, and this is totally contradictory to the Israelis' actual policy. And it's like, what makes you think that? When everyone from the president of Israel to the prime minister of Israel to numerous cabinet ministers and top Likud party members and military officials are all saying this is their goal, how can you claim that this is just some fringe opinion? Not to mention when you look at public sentiment in favor of the mass displacement of Palestinians out of Gaza. So these are the sort of games that they are playing, which, listen, maybe they didn't need the IDF censor in order to frame things in this way. There are plenty of Western media outlets who are doing equally poor jobs without running things by the IDF censor. They're self-censoring. But when you have this intentional policy of rooting everything through Jerusalem, of having it operate underneath the shadow of the IDF censor, these are the results you are guaranteed to get. Hey guys, if you like that video, go
Good morning and welcome to Rising. Happy Monday. It's a big day for my Michigan Wolverines. I don't know if you know, it's the championship game. Very excited. I broke out an old college t-shirt that I plan to wear tonight. So I'm getting into the spirit.
And who are you playing?
Washington.
For
the National College Championships.
Okay, I'll vote for the Midwest team over the Washington team as a Buckeye myself.
We are honored to have your support. We can be united in this way, finally.
In this way.
Viewers would not be surprised that we have a Michigan Buckeye rivalry as well as everything else.
Yeah, sure, of course.
All right, well, let's get to our first story. Senior Pentagon leadership, Biden administration officials and members of Congress were unaware for days that Secretary of Defense Lloyd Austin was hospitalized, including briefly in the ICU. Now, Austin first entered the hospital a week ago on New Year's Day for yet undisclosed illness. He remains hospitalized as of this taping. Per anonymous administration officials, the Pentagon did not inform the White House National Security Council or top advisor Jake Sullivan of Austin's hospitalization until Thursday, a snafu that will likely cause, quote, heads to roll, one DoD official told Politico. Meanwhile, overseas, Secretary of State Antony Blinken is continuing his diplomacy tour of the Middle East as U.S. officials attempt to de-escalate growing tensions in the region. Per the Washington Post, an American intelligence assessment found that it would be difficult for Israel to succeed in a war against Hezbollah amid ongoing fighting in Gaza.
Meanwhile, over the weekend, Israel killed 2 journalists after striking the vehicle they were traveling in, including the son of Wael Dahdouh, Al Jazeera's Gaza bureau chief. Since October 7th, Dahdouh says he lost his home, wife, and 3 of his children in Israeli bombings. Secretary of State Antony Blinken was confronted on the journalist deaths. Let's watch.
110 journalists being targeted by the IDF, including our colleague, son of our colleague, Mahmoud Wael Dahdouh, Hamza Wael Dahdouh. Is the United States condemn targeting journalists?
I am deeply sorry for the almost unimaginable loss suffered by your colleague, Wael Dahdouh. I'm a parent myself. I can't begin to
Blinken don't care.
Imagine the horror that he's experienced, not once, but now twice. This is an unimaginable tragedy, and that's also been the case for, as I said, far too many.
Now, his response there has been characterized as a failure to condemn. Offering condolences as a parent is a very different thing than looking at the structural issue here. Notably, I believe about 18 journalists were killed in the course of the almost 2-year war now in Ukraine, and they were given an honorary journalism award as a way to recognize their sacrifice. Now, in just 3 months of a siege in Gaza, over 100 journalists have been killed. And this is, again, we're talking about a journalist being killed who is the son of the head of the Al Jazeera news bureau, who has already suffered unfathomable tragedies. He has already lost his wife, other children, and an infant grandson in these attacks. And increasingly, there are accusations that these members of the press are being targeted. Gazan journalists are now saying that they believe their blue flak jackets are a target, turn them into targets, as opposed to being an identifier that's supposed to make them more safe in the context of the fighting. And so again, there's this question of whether or not, instead of just giving thoughts and prayers and condolences, whether there will be any consequences or at least an investigation into whether or not the accusations that Israel is in fact targeting journalists are true.
Sure, and it's unimaginable, that level of loss, to lose that many members of your family. I should just report that the IDF has said that also in the car was a terrorist who was operating a drone, and that was the reason for the strike. So certainly further clarification is needed. If it was a legitimate target, if there was a terrorist also in the car, I suppose. But I know a lot of people probably won't take what the IDF has to say about it automatically, nor should they. So further investigation seems merited to me.
I mean, at what point, even taking this most recent tragedy to the side, certainly it seems implausible that I believe it's 104 journalists now that have been killed in Gaza, a relatively small geographic area, seeing 4 times, 5, 6 times as many deaths of journalists than the war zone in Ukraine has seen in the last 2 years. At a certain point, it becomes implausible to believe that every one of those terrorists every one of those journalists just happened to be sitting next to a terrorist when they were killed by IDF bombing. Would you expect at this time there would have been some kind of investigation or stronger pushback from the United States on Israel, given how much we purport to value and want to protect press freedoms, and given how many, the overwhelming bulk of the weapons that are being dropped on Gaza are actually being provided by the United States?
Of course, journalists should not be deliberately targeted. I don't have the relevant information to determine which of these strikes were legitimate and which were not. Journalists just being targeted because no one should be targeted unless they are literally a member of Hamas or are working with Hamas or embedded with Hamas, and then they become a legitimate target. But I don't know if that was the case here, and it does merit further investigation. It looks like we're going to be talking with the author of a piece about this for The Intercept later in the show today. So we should leave that one there. What do you make of this Lloyd Austin news? It seems kind of like a very unforced error. Like, why wouldn't he just inform people what was going on? His deputy thought he was on vacation, and that's why she was taking over. So it seems like it was hushed up for no reason, and is just going to lead to people being in trouble, including possibly him. He might have to resign as a wake of this, and I don't understand why would you get yourself into this situation?
I mean, one can only imagine that the reason you would choose not to let people know that you were incommunicado, that you were going to be in major surgery, was that you wouldn't want to delegate authority to somebody else, because that's your natural implication, right? Just because you're sick in the hospital doesn't mean you're fired from your job. It doesn't mean that you're subject to anything more than a temporary suspension of your duties. But what is going on where he wouldn't want to simply delegate authority temporarily to whoever is next in the chain of command? Can some inference be drawn about a lack of confidence in other people who are around? Is there something sensitive, particularly sensitive, about the geopolitical moment that made him not want to release the reins or allow other people to have insight into the kinds of actions he's overseeing right now? I do think it raises a lot of bizarre questions that, to your point, would not have come up if he had simply said, hey, I need to go on sick leave. Someone needs to take over for a week or two.
Right. It sounds like it was unanticipated, that it was a complication from surgery necessitating additional medical intervention, but that it was somewhat serious, and he was going under the knife, and he was going to be incapacitated and not able to process intelligence and react to things real time. I mean, we have a enormous federal bureaucracy, intelligence, defense infrastructure. The idea that it all comes to a standstill because one person is under surgery doesn't make any sense. Like, you should be able to delegate to other people. I mean, what are we paying all these other people for if you can't, hand over the reins in a moment of a personal medical situation? So it's very weird, and likely he's going to be in a lot of trouble for it. But we'll see if we see one of the first departures from the Biden cabinet, which has held remarkably solid all the way through.
Well, it's worth noting Reuters White House correspondent Jeff Mason reported that POTUS is not so far considering firing Defense Secretary Austin. That's as of just about an hour ago. We'll keep you updated if anything changes. Stick around. I'll let you know what's on my radar next.
Did you hear that sound? That's former President Barack Obama sounding the alarm to get Biden reelected. Obama is one of a cadre of Democrats who are getting very nervous surrounding the 2024 elections and are urging those in the president's inner circle to buttress his campaign. Now, as the Washington Post reports, during a private lunch with the president, Obama grew animated in discussing the 2024 election and former President Donald Trump's potential return to power.
Now, they done called in the Boule Obama to come in and tell the Democrats to tell the world how racist Trump is and how they the Confederates and how they're going to put blacks back into slavery and worry people about Trump. Worry who? Blacks. Worry blacks. You're losing blacks. Blacks are tired of you. This is what this is all about right here. Why Obama? Who gives a damn about him? Well, they need Obama to come in and sing This Little Light of Mine and Amazing Grace and go to a couple of churches. Oh, yes. And talk about civil rights and voters' rights. And we need to look into reparations. All that's coming because they know Jim Crow Joe is losing because black people are tired of it.
and has suggested to Biden's advisors that the campaign needs more top-level decision makers at its headquarters in Wilmington, or it must empower the people already in place. If polling data is to be believed, Obama is very right to be worried. Recent polling indicates that Trump has a substantial lead over Biden, with independents at 55% versus Biden's 45%, and his grip over the GOP is stronger than Biden's over the Democrats. 97% of Republicans back Trump, while just 84% of Democrats back Biden.
Bad news gets worse when looking at polling data for groups where Democrats usually dominate Republicans. Trump leads Biden 57-43 with Hispanics, and among young voters aged 18 to 29, Trump leads 58-42, a bad sign for a president seeking re-election. Biden's poor polling numbers come on the heels of a catastrophic conference call to plan strategy between the White House and Democratic cheerleaders last week. Axios reports that pundits walked away from the call shaken that Biden world is not adequately taking the possibility of a Trump victory seriously. Democrats were not particularly encouraged by Biden's visit to Valley Forge last week, where Biden released a video tying modern politics to the events of the revolution. Let's watch.
We're in Valley Forge, and I'm standing in a home that George Washington rented at the time. He was here for about 6 months. Think about this.
Revolution, you niggas going back to slavery if y'all don't vote for me. The Confederates gonna get you. Civil War, all that good stuff. Sleepy Joe trying to scare the hell out of black people. I'm telling y'all right now, man.
Ordinary men and women decided they weren't going to bow down to kings anymore. And so what did they do? They came out and they took on the strongest military in the world. Ordinary people demanding liberty, demanding freedom, demanding to be able to run their own lives. That's who we are. That's what America is, and we're still that America.
Lies.
We're still that America.
Lies, a bunch of slave owners and bigots and pirates and vandals and Visigoths and all that, all a group of imperialists and colonizers who came here. Quick, see, these people think we're crazy. We know what happened, Biden. We know what your ancestors did, Joe. Jim Crow Joe. You getting the hell up out of here. And we don't give a damn how you try to go, egg on the white people to lynch niggas. You ain't getting in office.
We bow to no one.
Robbie, who is that for?
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be for me, for libertarians, I guess, but we're not going to believe it coming out of the mouths of Joe Biden, the man who famously required millions of people to get the vaccine and all sorts of other COVID measures and all sorts of other. I mean, he's not the candidate of people who value individual liberty, in my view. I mean, frankly, there is no candidate for us, sadly. I was refreshing my memory of what the polls looked like back in 2020 when for Trump versus Biden. And it's true that for almost the entire 2020 race, Biden was ahead of Trump. The final result was frankly a little closer than the polls suggested. Biden led Trump pretty substantially on national polls. And then in the swing states, he maintained a good lead the whole way through. It always looked like that. That was one of the reasons the election was stolen from me kind of narrative the Trump people came up with actually you didn't need something out of the ordinary to explain what happened because the polls were pretty accurate. And in fact, the end result was more favorable to Trump than the polls would have suggested. So that's a long way of saying that if you look at these polls now, you should be very, very worried. Trump is way ahead. And if he overperforms the polls to the degree he did last night, it's going to be a landslide in his favor.
Yeah, and I know people are looking at the independent numbers, and those are concerning. Strength with independents is one of the most strong predictors of your ultimate outcome. And it was one of, sorry to be a grudge bearer here, but I'm having all these flashbacks of 2020. It was one of the reasons that people were making an electability argument for Bernie Sanders, who did best with that group. But I think the real canary in the coal mine here is how extraordinarily poorly Biden is doing with young voters. I mean, young voters for decades, perhaps since time immemorial, have been so solidly aligned with the Democratic Party. And to not just to lose support among young voters, but to have Donald Trump, of all people, outstrip your support with young voters, I think that's really strong evidence of young voters not necessarily saying, I'm going to go and vote for Donald Trump, but saying that because of their values, they find voting for Joe Biden unconscionable, that there's a line in the sand that has been, it was sketched in by the betrayals over student debt cancellation. It was sketched in by, Gen Z and millennials coming up as the first generation to not perform as well economically as their parents, not being able to afford homes, having to deal with these incredible interest rates and the like. But it was gouged indelibly in the ground after October 7th. And Joe Biden, it's unconditional support of the siege in Gaza, which has now killed over 22,000 people. And while Republicans and Democrats alike can see the solution to that problem as ban TikTok, let's have more authoritarianism, let's shut down speech because kids are seeing too many horrible images of bodies torn asunder and babies having their limbs amputated. That's not the problem. The fundamental problem is that overwhelming majorities of Americans, over 66% of Americans, support at the bare minimum just a ceasefire. And Joe Biden and his administration apparently think that they can ignore the popular will and push themselves over the finish line by, pure will, guilt, executive fiat, a lack of democracy, stripping other primary candidates from the ballot. Who knows what's on their mind, but it's a really, really tough gamble they're making.
Yeah, Biden certainly does not look like the most electable candidate, to go back to the electability argument. Yeah. He looks uniquely vulnerable. In fact, some polls, it started to reverse. We always used to say, well, say what you will about Biden, but he remains more popular than many other Democrats, including then his vice president, Kamala Harris. Even that got flipped recently. Kamala Harris, a famously not particularly
compelling, attractive, desirable, politically, not physically.
Or not someone who has this deep reservoir of support, this base, not someone tapped into what the people are looking for. Even she doing better than Biden. So the fact remains, why aren't they even having a sort of contest where you could audition other candidates and see if they catch fire, see if someone does well in a debate against Biden or overperforms in a primary vote, something like that. Let's again, democracy's at stake, but we can't have actual democracy to decide whether Joe Biden should be the leader of the Democratic Party, the party with democracy in its name.
And I've said this before, but I really want to underscore this point. Primaries and debates in particular are not just opportunities for challengers to make themselves known to the general public. They're opportunities for incumbents to remind the party as a whole what it has accomplished and what its prospective agenda is. Without having a Democratic primary, while the Republicans, despite Trump's non-participation, are having a Republican primary, you're getting news cycle after news cycle of Republicans putting forth their vision for the country. Now, as unappetizing as it might be to me, there is a vision that's being articulated. Whereas Joe Biden and the Democrats, what is their agenda? How do they think America for the next 4 years should differ from America in the last 4? Joe Biden's putting out videos of him going to visit a place that George Washington stayed for 6 months, and this is supposed to be some grand analogy for democracy. Yep. People want to know if they can afford their mortgages. People want to know if they can afford to buy a car. People want to know if they can afford health care. People want to know if they can afford
symbolism is everything. Joe Biden went to George Washington, the great George Washington land of George Washington, to let George Washington know he gonna keep these niggas in check. He knew what he was doing. What the hell do we give a damn about George Washington or anything like that? Oh, in the Revolutionary War, we don't give a damn. Y'all still had us in bondage. Sleepy Joe, what are you trying to say? Yeah, we know your ancestors owned slaves. You see Joe Biden think he's slick, but we own to him and everybody else owned to him. Everybody like, well, why did you do that? You can't get no black votes like that. You don't go damn about no black votes. That's why Obama tried to step in.
To send their kid to college or to vocational school or get an education that can set themselves up in a tough work environment for the rest of their life. Those are the kind of questions that could conceivably be answered if Biden were meaningfully challenged by someone on a debate stage, or even if the mainstream media would allow a debate between Dean Phillips, Marianne Williamson, Cenk Uygur, and anybody else who might want to throw their hat into the ring. But Democrats are really shooting themselves in the foot, believing that not Trump, is really going to carry Joe Biden across the finish line.
And the Biden team is clearly very upset. They're combative about this, that the press does not tout Biden's accomplishments enough, that members of the media, I guess, like us, aren't out there trying to tell everyone everything's so great and
that's his job.
What Biden did. Right, exactly. But they're unwilling to make that case in the format that one would traditionally do so during a campaign season, on the campaign trail, including within the Democratic primary. He thinks, that we've heard from their attitude. We've heard from people like Simone Sanders who say, well, he's the incumbent, so he's entitled to it. So he'll dust himself off and get onto that debate stage when Donald Trump or whoever it is christened, and they'll just move straight into the general election. But the poll numbers are not suggesting that's a great strategy.
We're going to have, in all likelihood, a general election debate with two candidates who we literally have never heard from on a debate stage for the last year. Incredible stuff.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. Oh, that moment when you realize your presidential re-election campaign is going down the toilet. Joe Biden's campaign is in real trouble, and he knows it. He's sinking, and the black bootlicks on cable can't stop it. The online trolls, shills, and DNC plants can't stop it. All their usual minions and operatives have been helpless to prop up his campaign. And with the way the Democrats have relentlessly gone after Trump, they've turned the 2024 presidential election into an all-or-nothing proposition. Biden will do anything to hold on to the presidency, well, anything short of producing tangibles for the black voters who put him in the White House. He'll do anything except that. So clearly, he can't want to keep the presidency too badly. He's been trying to connect with black voters, this article says. No, he's not trying to connect. He's just trying to con black voters. So for his latest empty PR stunt, today Joe Biden's going to go to Mother Emanuel Church in Charleston, South Carolina. As everybody knows, that was the site of the infamous massacre that took place at the hands of Dylann Roof, the neo-Confederate. Now, the head of the Charleston County Democratic Party said that Biden is working to expand voting rights and strengthen our democratic institutions. Yawn. First of all, black folks already have voting rights. What we don't have is anyone to vote for. And as for democratic institutions, that's a joke. Biden was VP when Mother Emanuel Church was attacked. And what did the democratic institutions of America do about that? Nothing. This country hasn't had democracy for a single second of its existence, and every attempt to bring democracy to America has been systematically crushed. You can't lose what you never had. And for Biden, of all people, to go to Mother Emanuel Church, that's no honor. Quite the opposite. That racist puke desecrates that place by even going there. Biden was vice president when those parishioners were murdered. And what was the response of the Obama-Biden White House to this racial attack? Did they declare a war on white supremacy? Did anyone call for a hate crime law specifically for black people? This very article says that the brother of one of the murder victims at that church has been fighting for hate crimes legislation ever since, without Obama or Biden's help. So what did Obama or Biden do in response to this? Nothing. Obama went there, spouted some empty gibberish, and sang a couple of bars of Amazing Grace. A lot of good that did those people. He didn't do anything concrete. He offered nothing because, as we all know, that's the DNC's own internal policy regarding black people. Pretend to give us phony sympathy, but under no circumstances is anyone to pledge to do anything for us. Remember, Biden made all kinds of promises on the campaign trail 3 years ago. That Lift Every Voice plan, the so-called White House Level Police Accountability Commission, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, a police bill named after George Floyd, all of these promises were made. And out of all of those lofty promises, which one did Biden actually keep? Not a single one. Remember, the Democrats controlled the House of Representatives, the Senate, and the White House for the first 2 years of Biden's administration, just like Barack Obama controlled all three branches of the government during the first term of his administration. And just like Obama, Biden hasn't done anything, not because he didn't have the levers of power, but because they didn't want to do anything to begin with. That's what this entire con game is about. getting us to vote, staying on the treadmill to nowhere, making sure to reinforce and reiterate the power of other people who do nothing for us while we sit here waiting to see what combination of votes, what combination of seats in the House or seats in the Senate, what is it going to take? What's the magical formula that we have to reach before they actually do something for us? There isn't one. And as for reparations, naturally, Biden hasn't said a word about that, and the white media isn't either. They're trying to stay away from that one. But his vice president said something. Kamala Harris said she wasn't going to do something that only benefits black people. And speaking of Kamala, why isn't she with Biden for this photo op today? I, for one, would love to see her show up at that church. She could even bring her white husband with her. I'm sure that he would be welcome as well. Shouldn't the first non-white vice president be with Biden, especially in a black church? That's what both political parties do. Whenever dealing with the black community, they always make sure that there's a couple of token Negroes in tow, just so they can stick up for massa. Y'all, my black folks, y'all need to make sure to cheers for them. But apparently the Democrats realize that the only Democratic politician more unpopular with black voters than Biden is Kamala. So he can't even afford to bring his black vice president with him. She's been instead going to some of these little feminist organizations. That's apparently her get out the black vote effort, trying to see if the ski-wee contingent is still good for anything. Yeah, because they did such a great job for her the last time when she was running for president. This is racist manipulation Biden's trying to pull here. He wants people to think that he's standing with us. Yeah, the same way he said 3 years ago that he had black people's backs. Anyone feel like he's had our back in the last 3 years? Or the last 10? These race attacks happen and continue to happen because this country and its governments, Republican and Democrat alike, have aggressively fought to make this country into a safe place for anti-black violence. Now, with Joe Biden deciding that he's going to go to a black church so he can exploit a mass murder of black people that he gave no response to and hasn't done anything about, and that he largely laid the groundwork to help encourage and embolden that kind of anti-black violence, what should the response be by those parishioners at Mother Emanuel Church? What should they do? I say they should do the same thing that another black church did 3 years ago when another anti-black racist who was behind in the polls and desperately hoping to use a black church as a backdrop for his sinking campaign came to their church. Mike Bloomberg also went to a black church, Brown Chapel AME Church in Selma, and some pork chop preacher, some whore wearing the robes of the church, let the devil enter the house of God. Well, the pastor was on the side of the demons, but the angels were still on duty because those parishioners stood up in the middle of Bloomberg's little speech, and they turned their backs on him and made sure to do it in front of the cameras. See, up until that point, the white media had been pushing the lie that Bloomberg's stop and frisk policy wasn't hurting him with black voters, that black voters just didn't care. And why did the white media think they could get away with a lie like that? Because Bloomberg had been recruiting bootlicks like former Houston Mayor Sylvester Turner and black pulpit pimps like that one at Brown Chapel AME to stick up for him. And the white media just knew that black folks could be led around by the nose, except we weren't. Those prior generations, especially the black baby boomers, they always sat on their hands while these traitors ran interference for the enemy and made sure to applaud them and cheer for them and say, "We gonna go vote, all right." But there's a rising tide of black people now who are tired of allowing these sellouts and turncoats and backstabbers to dominate our institutions and places of gathering and to lecture us against our better interests. And when those black people at Brown Chapel stood up, Bloomberg's entire would-be presidential campaign died that day. And a few days later, he announced he was dropping out of the race. And as for the white media who had falsely claimed he had black support despite stop and frisk, they were forced to slink off with their tail between their legs and admit stop and frisk sank his campaign. See, the white media knew they were lying. That's their job, to tell lies meant to reinforce black subjugation. Lots of people read the white media's lies, and they naturally assume that they must be in the minority and that they lose morale to fight for change. They just let white power run roughshod because they assume that everybody's reading the same propaganda and has been cowed into silence by the massive media blitz that goes on every day. The white media understands what impact their carpet bombing the public with lies has, but what they don't know is whether black people will buy it. They found out that black people in Alabama were onto them, and in this case, they defied their sellout bootlick pastor and they took on the devil in church. That's why these racists like Bloomberg and Biden go to black churches, because they figured that black people wouldn't dare to cause a scene in the house of God. Well, let me tell you something. When Jesus Christ saw the money changers in the temple, he didn't just sit on his hands. They were in his Father's house, desecrating it. He didn't sit back and hope that they would go away. He didn't decide to turn the other cheek either. Instead, he went on offense. He put together a scourge, that's a whip with multiple ends on it, and he started swinging on those money-grubbing scumbags. He literally whipped them out of there. He overturned their tables and drove them out of the house of God. He didn't sit politely and hope whoever the alleged head of the temple was would do the right thing. Jesus set the standard. When the devil's in the house of God, you go proactive. When you see the alleged heads of the church letting the devil run the place, you drive them out. Biden ought to be protested if he dares to go there. The pastor should be the main one making it clear that Biden hasn't done anything about the atrocity that occurred there 9 years ago, and he's coming back looking for black votes. The Bible makes it very clear that when a thief steals from you, he has to repay it sevenfold. So far, this country has paid none of its debt to black people who built this nation. And Biden and his co-conspirator, vice president, they've declared that they will never pay what is owed. So how the hell would we look supporting that? The Congressional Black Caucus has no credibility. The black church has been exposed as a whorehouse. So now we see these suckers reduced to this. I find it very interesting that Biden didn't give weeks and weeks of advance notice of this PR stunt. This is going to be just another stage-managed event, no different than the kinds of things Roger Ailes would advise Richard Nixon and other Republican politicians to do. And don't kid yourself. The Democrats are painfully aware of what low regard the black community holds Biden in. You may not think about what happened to Bloomberg, but I can promise you a lot of Democrat politicians do. They will make sure to front-load the pews of that church with as many local DNC shills as possible. The pastor will no doubt give a cautionary pep talk ahead of Biden speaking, and he'll be telling the people in the church, please don't boo the president. Don't be protesting in church now. People is watching now, so we got to be on our best foots now. It will be the Democratic equivalent of what happened with that bunny ruckus down in Florida, Jacoby Pittman, when she told the black people of Jacksonville not to boo Ron DeSantis, even though that animal encouraged a mass murder of those very same black people. Emmett Till was supposed to have his murderers put in prison. Instead, Joe Biden did nothing. He stayed quiet while liars like Merrick Garland said there was nothing they could do. They were protecting the murderers of a child all the way to her grave. And here they are trying to high-pressure sell us on voting for them. And what exactly are their priorities then? Voting rights, abortion, LGBT access to transgender bathrooms, and democratic institutions, whatever the hell that is. Just more empty words. Well, I've got some words for Biden, and they're anything but empty. No reparations, no vote, no kidding. He can visit all the black churches he wants. He can go ahead and try to put on his black scent for the congregation. We all know how well that worked for Hillary Clinton, don't we? But if he thinks that simply standing behind a couple of pulpits is going to magically get him the black vote, then he's going to learn the hard way that he doesn't have a prayer. Or to put it in terms that Biden and the rest of his handlers can understand, if you can't figure out whether or not Biden coming to your church is a bad thing, then you ain't black. Good day, and be one.
New to start out your 2024, folks. My name is Tim Black, and I got a great series that I'm unfolding for you right now. The name of that series is 100 Days of Exposing 100 Democrats. Whoa. Hold up, guys. My bad. Edit. There's no way that I could do a 100-day challenge, right? Talking about just politicians. I'd fall asleep. I know you would too. Who the hell knows 100 Democrats? Politicians. But we do know 100 Democrats and notable people and stars and celebrities and athletes. And includes all those wingbats, dingbats on The View, all those talk show hosts that always, kissing ass of the Democratic Party, all the SNL cast or whatever, all these basketball players, football players, actors, comedians, And there's a lot of people that are Democrats that we're going to be able to expose. So, edit, guys. Politicians, influencers, stars, celebrities, all the Democrats. We're exposing them. Yeah. This has got interesting, right? This is going to be good. Subscribe if you want to be a part of this, all right? Back to the show. Huh? You like it, don't you? You feeling me, right? I'm going to show you what's corrupt about it, what makes them a sellout, what is wrong with their policy positions. I'm going to show you the ins and outs, the controversial points. Together, we're going to uncover what there is to know about these Democratic politicians and expose them for what they are. You like that? That sound like something you're into? That's right, guys. So let's do this. Start today. No reason to wait. I got one all lined up for us. That's right, folks. My first Democratic politician that we will expose on my list of 100 Democrat politicians in 100 days exposed on the Tim Black Show. My first politician of the Democratic Party will be none other than Jim Clyburn. Many of us who have looked at politicians and said, hey, is this person good for the community? Is this good for America? Or are they good for themselves? Have looked at Jim Clyburn and decided he's good for himself. He's also good for the Democratic Party. In fact, the only people that really admire Jim Clyburn are other black politicians who want to become Democrats, who want to achieve the level of success that Jim Clyburn has achieved. It's not so much about what Jim Clyburn supports or advocates for South Carolinians or for the world, but what Jim Clyburn has been able to accomplish for Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn got elected back in 1990 and he never looked back. 15 times he's been reelected in a predominantly black majority district, the 6th district there in South Carolina, that has been gerrymandered to hell. In fact, according to the studies and research of ProPublica, the investigation unfolded and exposed that Jim Clyburn worked behind the scenes with Republicans to further gerrymander the district, to limit the power of black voters, constitute them into one group so they would have less influence over a number of districts, and also make it almost impossible to remove Jim Clyburn from power. Here goes the author of that article, Marilyn Thompson, as she sat down with Majority Report's Emma Vigeland, saying as much in her own words.
You know, you had a plan that basically had 7 congressional districts, which is what South Carolina has, and they were carved up in ways that the NAACP said they deliberately moved black people to limit their political effectiveness.
And with these 7 districts, is there now only one district that is majority black, and that is Clyburn's district?
That's correct. Jim Clyburn has held the 6th congressional district since 1992. And he was elected originally after the state legislature, under a court mandate, figured out a way to give blacks in South Carolina a member of Congress. This had not been the case for many, many years. And the black population of South Carolina is substantial. And at that point in time was about 1/3 of the population. So they carved out a district for, won by Jim Clyburn, that literally stretched across the state and roped in black communities from Columbia, South Carolina, Charleston, South Carolina, and everything along the way. That district had a majority black population, and it was the district that ensured that a Democrat, namely Jim Clyburn, could win and stay in office as the state turned increasingly Republican over the years.
So at its outset, Jim Clyburn's seat has been essentially a racially gerrymandered district, and for a long time, of course, you could blame the Republicans for that. Look, they're putting the black voters into just Clyburn's district. This is kind of standard practice for the Republican Party.
Yeah.
But what's news and what's incredible that you broke over at ProPublica is just how involved it appears to have been Clyburn and his staff has been in maintaining the racial gerrymander that's kept him in power.
That's right. Jim Clyburn worked with Republicans to dilute the black vote, to give black voters less power over their own communities.
What the
But
bootleg is doing.
it enabled Jim Clyburn to run almost uncontested.
Keep themselves in power.
Basically, no Republicans run against him. And he's so solidified in those districts where he controls and has so many people that owe him favors that no one's ever really made a good challenge to Clyburn. This is all strategically done by Jim Clyburn.
Yeah, I found it absolutely fascinating, and went into this not really knowing anything about Clyburn's role in this. I interviewed Congressman Clyburn in his office back in December of last year and asked him some questions about Republicans and what they were saying in South Carolina about how he had interfered in the process. And he got just furious talking about it. So I didn't know where I was going to go as I began looking into the court record. And what I found was fairly shocking to me. The Republican lawmakers who were running the redistricting conferred with Congressman Clyburn's staff. They brought in a map that was drawn to show what he wanted the 6th district to look like. And none of this was ever made publicly available, which is kind of shocking because the redistricting process is supposed to be a public process.
Resulting congressional map derived by Clyburn and the Republicans render black folks with statistically almost an impossibility that they will get more than one Democrat representative out of the state of South Carolina. Jim Clyburn, folks. Jim Clyburn has done the dirty deed of making sure he is the HNIC. Jim Clyburn is someone who fights for the Democratic Party, not for the people. Jim Clyburn endorsed Joe Biden. He made it very clear it was for Joe Biden.
All of them, everywhere.
Congressman Jim Clyburn.
I know Joe. We know Joe. But most importantly, Joe knows us.
Biden is promising voters a comeback.
I promise you this. If you send me out of South Carolina with a victory, there will be no stopping us.
Bernie.
He would be willing to say and do just about anything to make sure his guy won. Here goes Clyburn here, talking about Joe Biden. And though most majority of voters, black support for Joe Biden has careened off the cliff, but Jim Clyburn will go in front of any camera, anywhere, and lie through his teeth about how great Joe Biden has been for the black community. Even though the black community, by and large, doesn't think so.
Congressman Clyburn, I'm going to shoot straight with you. And if don't nobody else say it, I'm going to say it. Sir, you, sir, are in no small part responsible for altering the course of history when it comes to presidential elections.
I want y'all to remember that. He won't credit for that. Remember, this House nigga is the reason we're going through a lot of what we went through. And he put Joe Biden back in office. Joe Biden was losing to Bernie Sanders. Bernie was crushing him. Kamala was out the race because nobody wanted her. And then they pulled that South Carolina BS. The blacks put Joe Biden in office. Then he double-crossed the blacks and started giving shit to everybody else. But he couldn't win. And you see how humble Joe Biden was? If y'all just put me in office, I can promise you, the whites didn't want him. Just remember, no white people wanted to give a damn about that man. He never could win office. But they got this house nigga. And when this house nigga, Jim Clyburn, came out and said what he said, then preachers all over the place. If I told my daddy something, I told my dad, I said, Bernie Sanders marched with Dr. King, then he would tell me what Jim Clyburn said. I say, no, Joe Biden is racist. I say, Joe Biden is a bigot. Hillary Clinton was racist. Did he tell me whatever this man said out his mouth? So this man was giving the Democrats in the South to go ahead and they talking points to put Joe Biden in office. Jim Clyburn.
Everyone remembers what happened during the primaries in 2020 because Joe Biden came into South Carolina in 4th place. And it was your endorsement in that primary that catapulted him to gain the momentum that was necessary to secure the nomination and ultimately become the president. A lot of what happened there was giving a nod to Black America. And I got to ask you straight, do you feel like the president has delivered on what that nod represented?
Absolutely. You can go down.
You hear that? Absolutely, he has delivered. He have to his account, to him and his family account. They taken care of now. Jim Clyburn, his family is going to be some of the richest blacks in the history of blacks because what he done for Jim Crow Joe. Oh, the massa always take care of they niggas, and this is Joe Biden's nigga who put him in office. So he don't mind coming on TV and lying. And said, oh, yes, blacks is happy. We've got everything we can ever think about. Just we got a list of everything Joe Biden done since he's been in office for us. Outrageous BS.
The numbers, starting with the Rescue Act, getting our schools reopened, getting our businesses back on their feet. He did the things that were necessary, bringing over half of the children who were living in poverty, and much as a result of COVID-19, brought them out of poverty with the rescue plan. Then he moved with the largest infrastructure bill that we've had in this.
Man, say Joe Biden brought black people out of poverty with the rescue plan. I'm telling you, boy, I gotta be real careful. We don't want to, these type of people. We got some. When we see them, we got some real. We need to talk to them about. The treason is serious. The lies. So when you telling the world, we been telling the world, hell, they mistreating us, they killing us, they beating us, they lynching us, they misplacing us. We can't get homes. The bank is not giving us the loans. They're against us everywhere we look. Then this nigga, they said, "Oh, this dude here's a leader in America." He said, "Y'all got everything y'all ever wanted. Y'all just whining and lying and crying because of this dude."
This country since Dwight Eisenhower's Interstate Highway, then the Chips and Science Act, bringing manufacturing back to this country. Then he went with the Inflation Reduction Act, cutting the cost of medicine, reducing insulin down to $35 a month. My late wife died from diabetes. And I can tell you.
I can tell you this, they need to look into that, brother, because I believe you lying. And I believe you need to look into that. You heard? We're going to look into that. We're going to look into that. Her body might need to be resumed. We need to look into what actually took that lady out. Because I don't believe a word this man said. I don't believe you wanted no wife. You wanted to live the life of a playboy.
I saw $800 and $900 a month insulin bills because she was a full shot a day diabetic.
Joe Biden said on his inauguration day that he owes his win being in office to the black community. And Jim Clyburn says Joe Biden's paid back the black community by passing an infrastructure bill that doesn't help black people at all.
Revolutionary.
How the hell does making electric chargers help black folks? What's that got to do with our schools? What does that have to do with our take-home pay? What's it got to do with our retirements? What's it got to do with our small businesses?
Man, he brought back manufacturing and chip company. They won't even let us work there. What the hell are you talking about? They won't let us hire. They won't hire us there. They trying to get all Asians at the. See, Biden think we stupid. You still where did the chip manufacturing place come from? Taiwan. They want to rip that out of China's hands so they can be the top of the chip maker once again. But they're not hiring any blacks to go work there. It's crazy that he said that too, because they let him know he ain't talking to you. He talking about the Asians because they filling that place up with whites. Remember, the Asians just filed complaints with whites as the bosses, and then Asians all in the place as the workers, but they gonna be there with a bunch of Asians. They don't mind 99.9% Asians working there. But no blacks, unless they wanted to sweep the parking lot or maybe clean up the trash or maybe clean the bathroom or something. These people must be crazy, but I think we stupid.
Little to nothing. But see, that's just the thing. Clyburn's not concerned about what we get out of it. Clyburn's concerned about what his party gets out of it, meaning those that put money in Clyburn's pocket and put money into Clyburn's campaigns, and also extends Clyburn's power. Jim Clyburn is a political animal.
The PACT Act, getting those veterans who were not treated fairly coming back from the Vietnam War, getting that done. And then the all-important student, public service student.
Vietnam War? This man is out of his goddamn mind, man. Brother, they all died. All of our uncles and daddies and Papa, everybody in the Vietnam War, they died at Agent Orange. Now this nigga talking about it, they gonna help them out. Help them out? They dead. What the hell is wrong with this dude? Yeah, we gonna the Vietnam War. No, why don't you help the people in the Iraq War? Oh, no. Get back with us in another 30 or 40 years. They still living. Do you see the hustle? This dude just said, now we're getting some medical help to those who fought in the Vietnam War. Boy, that was in the 60s. What the hell are you talking about? The people dead. The people, see? This old coon is just reading anything off the list. He gonna help. Y'all heard that? Finally, y'all get Martin Luther King was alive. He talking about the Vietnam War. This is ridiculous, man. He ain't saying about the Iraq War or the war in Libya, none of them other wars. Oh, no. We're not gonna give no real help to people that's living.
Elimination of the student debt of public servant.
Clyburn has the audacity to say
student debt. We heard that was for rich white women. And I was shocked. Man, you gotta have been on them debt for like 20 years just to make sure you ain't a high school, you ain't 20 or young with them youngsters. And then if you making a lot of money, then they'll clear you 20,000 or something like that because you spending a lot with them anyway. They looked at your taxes, you spend anyway. That is a hustle. They think people stupid.
Say that without Joe Biden, there will be no democracy.
He believes, as I believe, that this democracy is at stake. The freedoms of Americans are at stake. We must re-elect Joe Biden and do it in a way that would demonstrate to the MAGA Republicans and all others who may be looking for an autocracy that democracy will continue to rule the day here in the United States of America.
You know what I've never seen? I never seen Jim Clyburn go to the mat for voters. Nah, he goes to the mat for the Democratic Party apparatus of which he owes his career. He goes to the mat for whatever party initiatives that are going on that needs his backing.
That old ass nigga didn't need no Dr. King. That old ass nigga, that's how you know he a buster. Jim Clyburn, he don't have no picture with Dr. King. The man who had the picture with Dr. King, he just died. That's who they used to wheel him out. Elijah Cummings, go wheel him out. Tell us about how you got beat across the head with, me and Dr. King. I'm Mr. Good Trouble. I marched on Salem with Dr. King. Well, Elijah Cummings is dead now. Rest his good trouble soul. So now they ain't got no old coons to roll out. Jim Clyburn, where's your pictures with Dr. With Dr. I was marching on the West Coast whenever Dr. King was in the South. Well, nigga, wherever Dr. King at, this coon wasn't at. Anybody in the office that's this old as this nigga, we need to see a picture with this nigga with Malcolm or Dr. King. If you ain't got no picture with them, then we know your ass wasn't no freedom fighter from back in the day. For serious business, that's at least the litmus test. At least show me a picture of you march with Dr. King. Well, them people who march with Dr. King, they all died now. Now we just left with niggas like Jesse. Jesse, the last of the last. They don't let him on TV no more. Once he got called on mic saying he wanted to cut Barack nuts off, they said, he nigga going crazy.
Talking really tough about some things that most voters don't want, which is America to throw more money into Ukraine and it's an Israel war.
The American people know that for the sake of our democracy, we can't let Putin win. This delay in funding is a gift to Putin. And every day that goes by without action strengthens his position and the resolve of other autocrats. History teaches us that there are global consequences when we allow dictators and would-be dictators to infringe on freedoms without opposition.
Billions and billions of dollars have been funneled towards Ukraine, and the American appetite for it is waning and waning. And as for Israel, funding Israel, that's a non-starter. We got Joe Biden with the worst approval rating of any president ever since they started tabulating it. And now with the Israel war in Gaza, disapproving of that, disapproving with Joe Biden's position on the war in Israel. We got what? We got Clyburn saying, send more money.
Today, the front line is Ukraine.
To the knock.
Tomorrow, it could be one of our NATO allies.
This dude want to help the Azov Battalion. We know who they are. We know they love the ideology of Hitler. I do just love to see this man's face. He asking about the Azov Battalion. Oh, that's Putin's propaganda. At his trial, he got to answer questions. I can't wait to see the day. He needs to answer questions, man. Why did he stand with the Azov Battalion? Why did he want to fund white supremacists who say you shall not replace us? Why? Why, when Trump was trying to stop the funding of the Nazis, this coon said, oh, hell no. Putin must be stopped. Yes, coon. You said Russia, your ancestors, house niggas like this is about the Soviet Union must be stopped when they were fighting Hitler. This is the same old shit. We had coons who loved Hitler.
Requiring a higher price in treasure and American lives. We made a commitment to our friends in Israel.
With Hitler, man.
Also, we must support their efforts to eradicate Hamas.
Even though we send billions of dollars each year to help a country that's genociding a group of people that basically have no defense. And then he calls himself a progressive. To whom? And for what? What progress? We call that regress. Clyburn is one of those Democrats who were in support of whatever the party went for. For instance, back with the 94 crime bill. Clyburn supported it, of course.
If you're going to categorize left and right, I'm on the left of my party. Nobody can call me anything but a progressive. And been one all of my life. Met my wife in jail, being progressive. So come on.
Though it led to it put mass incarceration on steroids. His boy Joe Biden, one of the linchpins, who took mandatory minimums for possession of drugs from 1 year to a mandatory 5 years. They quadrupled the prison population with tough on crime rhetoric and nonsense that did nothing but hurt the very people that Jim Clyburn says he supports.
I didn't grow up in fear of police, even in a segregated environment. We never feared the police. But all of a sudden now, I do fear the police. The young blacks fear the police. Why? Because we have built in a system that's responding, once again, to Brown v. Board of Education and everything that comes with it. When I was growing up, we didn't have black police. I remember when the first black policeman, remember his name to this day, two of them. One name was Gilliard, one name was China.
What is he even talking about here? Cool. He goes out to Cornell West, talking to Stephen A. Smith, where he calls out the Congressional Black Caucus in its role in the criminal industrial complex that has created mass incarceration on steroids for black people.
I've been working with the police since
Clyburn, man, sit down, man.
Let's get back to President Joe Biden when he was Senator Joe Biden in the 80s, the 90s specifically, and he was helping to push forth that crime bill. A lot of people have argued, wait a minute, he was willing to do it, and he had the support of various folks within the black political apparatus because the Congressional Black Caucus were supporters of the crime bill as well, which we
gotta make sure we put that square right where it's supposed to be. The Boule worked hand in hand with Jim Crow Joe and the white supremacists to put mass incarcerate and to help. They knew what they was doing and to help push the drugs into our society. The Boule has been right there with them hand in hand the whole goddamn time. Now they want to come back and whine. Imagine they mass incarcerated. Now you had a Boule coming back and say, we need to deal with the prison industrial complex. What? The arsonist is playing firefighter. We need to understand that.
And his argument, if I recall correctly, if I'm wrong in any way, please correct me, sir. I'm not the aficionado that you are. But if I recall correctly, he used that as an excuse. He said, wait a minute, it's what you all were asking for because of what was transpiring within your community.
Bullshit.
That's exactly right. You are absolutely right, though, brother. You're hitting the nail on the head. And what does that mean? That means that we had a black leadership that was so tied to the Democratic Party, they became well adjusted to injustice and well adapted to indifference toward the plight of precious brothers and sisters in the hood that became the major source of mass incarceration, especially the war against drugs and the war against drugs, what ended up targeting specific communities. You and I know you got a lot of vanilla brothers and sisters, God bless them, high as they could be, flying high in the friendly skies, never get touched. But Jamal and Letitia, when they start engaging in drugs, they get dragged straight to the court.
Well, listen, the numbers,
That's legacy of white supremacy.
See, Clyburn, he's never stepping out of line with the Democratic Party. He's always the guy leading the charge into whatever horrible type of legislation or direction the Democratic Party wants to go. Whether it's mass incarceration or lack of coverage and taking big money from pharmaceuticals. Or to now pretend, oh my God, we cut insulin. America should be a country where we got free health care. Clyburn has never fought for that or anything else that benefits people. What he does is try to protect his party, his gravy train, from Republicans. And he'll team up with Republicans to save his own ass. That's Jim Clyburn. Jim Clyburn takes so much money from pharmaceutical companies. He's on a list of like the most money taken. Like he's like $1 million a year. That's Jim Clyburn. That's the guy who says, I'm the most progressive who's ever been progressive. You're the most phony that's ever been phony. And the reality is that Jim Clyburn started out as a political activist who went on a strike for a hospital. He was actually on the right side of things with SNCC, with hospitals, with trying to get voting rights. And he became just another one of the cronies in the Democratic Party, throwing us under the bus, securing power for himself and hooking up a few of his friends.
Congressman, our poll shows that the vast majority of Democrats want to see a challenger to President Biden. Is he the strongest candidate for 2024?
I think he is the strongest candidate, and I believe very strongly that the American people believe that as well.
The only time Jim Clyburn ever stepped out of line with the Democrats was to help Obama. Then he stepped right back in and helped Clinton in 2016. It didn't help her because nobody could help Clinton in 2016. Then he went right over and he helped Joe Biden, and the rest is, everyone knows the rest, what we have now. You have Joe Biden on his last legs, performing horribly, and we got Jim Clyburn still playing the trumpet.
Convinced that President Biden is going to run?
Yes, I am.
What gives you that conviction?
Because anybody with the kind of record that he's got, anybody that has turned the country around the way he has, passing more progressive legislation than any president since Lyndon Baines Johnson, and having the tenacity to pick up from where Harry Truman left off in breaking glass ceilings.
Jim Clyburn is a company guy. That's all he is. He knows how to pick a person in power and to do whatever he has to do to stay close to him in order to stay safe.
Salute, family.
Name one time Jim Clyburn stepped up for his constituents or for the rest of America. Stepping up for him is saying, I'm going to go with Obama or I'm going to go with Biden. That's not stepping up. When has he ever criticized Biden, told Biden to get out here and get something done for us? Never. It's never going to happen. It's over. Jim Clyburn, like Joe Biden, is 82 years old. It is time to say peace. Sayonara. Arrivederci. Adios. But for some reason, when he talks angry like this, it makes people think he knows what he's talking about, even if what he's talking about is not much. It is repetitive, rhetorical nonsense where he says it as if he's saying something with conviction, when all it is him defending Poppy, Massa, Big Dog, Bossa, the boss man. That's all it is. How in the hell does that help us? It doesn't.
Like them, they want him to build on Obamacare, not rip it away, but they were not feeling him. So I wanted the speech making to be more feeling. And then I saw that rollout of endorsements by Beto, Amy, and Pete there in Texas last night. That was professionalism at its best. I don't know if I had anything to do with that, but I'm very satisfied with the way it was done. If this continues throughout this campaign, the speech making that Biden is now doing, the fundraising that's now taking place, and the kind of rollouts, the kind of organization that I saw last night, he is going to be very successful and he will be our nominee. And I really deeply feel he will be the next president of the United States.
See, it's not a question, is Jim Clyburn a savvy political actor? He is. But once again, I got to ask you, in whose peril? I'd say it was in our peril. I would say as long as we got to know the demographic of vote blue, anywho, black voters who listen to people like the likes of Jim Clyburn, I mean, basically, he's disenfranchised his own people, taking away their ability to get more than one representative out of a predominantly black state or a largely black state. But they done Swiss cheese up this state so that Clyburn would not have much competition from, I don't know, people with different ideologies who could run against him. Black candidates who are underfunded and who do not have the Democratic machine behind them. In fact, you'll still find Clyburn on cable news dropping the opposite of gems, more like hymns for himself, like this.
We must break our silence. And I think that's what the president was talking about today. Silence gives consent. So when you stay silent about these suppression laws, you stay silent about a woman's right to choose, you are contributing to what's wrong with the country.
Jim Clyburn has excelled in South Carolina, but it's to the detriment of South Carolina, and it's hurt black people. I'm trying to tell you that we would have been better off without a Clyburn, with someone we could pull in and out of the political process, replace and upgrade. Clyburn made himself indispensable by making himself unable to be replaced. The collector of favors. There's always going to be some people that are fooled by Jim Clyburn. They see the power that he's got, they go, wow, I wish I had that. They don't understand that Jim Clyburn doesn't use that power to get a lot done for the poor black people or the middle-class black people in his districts. If he cared about that, he'd want more representatives so they'd have more power. No, he wants to maintain all the power, even if it means black people have less power. That's one of the most selfish things you could do in politics. And Jim Clyburn has done it over and over and over and over again. Jim Clyburn is a power broker. Some admire it. I don't. I consider him a scumbag for all the reasons I've laid out. Clyburn is as ruthless, cutthroat, shady, and notorious as Don King, but a lot less forthright. At least with Don King, you knew what you were getting. All right, that's it. My name is Tim Black. You've been watching Exposing
The Democrats are very concerned, very, very concerned about the re-election campaign for President Joe Biden. And why they concerned is because of the black vote. That's why they're concerned. Now, recently, Barack Hussein Obama had went to the White House and he had a sit-down meeting with Joe Biden. And he told him that his campaign has to start getting aggressive and allowing his campaign staffers to make more high-level decisions without running everything through him. He's worried about Donald Trump and how Donald Trump has galvanized people. On top of Barack Obama, we have old Jim Crow Clyburn. He's another one that is concerned about the re-election campaign of Joe Biden. Now, I want you to hear this clip from Clyburn here, and we want to address a few things that he has to say. Let's go ahead and roll that.
Concern about how Biden is managing his re-election bid. This comes as President Biden is struggling to solidify support among black voters, including on that trip to South Carolina. Obviously, you were instrumental in Biden getting the Democratic nomination. Obviously, black voters were instrumental in President Biden getting, then Senator Biden, or then Vice President Biden, getting the nomination in 2020. How worried are you about black voters showing up for President Biden in November?
Well, I'm not worried. I'm very concerned. And I have sat down with President Biden. I don't know. I saw those reports. I've also seen at least one report indicating that I have sat down with President Biden, and I did with him. And I've told him what my concerns are. I have no problem with the Biden administration and what it has done. My problem is that we have not been able to break through that MAGA wall in order to get to people exactly what this president has done. If you took the little simple thing as student loan debt relief, he promised to relieve student loan debt, and he has done that. But one part of his promise he was not able to keep because 6 Republican attorneys general and the United States Supreme Court with 6-3 vote stopped him from doing so. But he sought another way, and he has forgiven $132 billion to 3.4 million people in student loan debt. But nobody writes about that. Nobody talks about that. I'm still hearing from people as recent as yesterday that he did not keep his promise on student loan debt relief, and he has. 80% of what he said he would do, he has done and is continuing to do it, and people don't focus on that. They only focus on that 20% affected by that court decision rather than what he did to get beyond the court decision. He's done the same thing when it comes to the judiciary. He stood right across from Emmanuel Church and said, if given the opportunity, he would put an African-American woman on the Supreme Court. He has done that. But he went even further and put a South Carolinian African-American woman on the second highest court of the land, a South Carolinian African-American woman on the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals. He has appointed more African-American women to the courts of appeal.
More Greek Freak, Divine Nine, Boule. We only y'all. You ain't giving a damn about the rest of us. Only y'all sells, house nigga.
Than all previous presidents combined. And that is a fact. And if you go through each one of his pieces of legislation, look at the Inflation Reduction Act. He has reduced the cost of medical care. Capped insulin at $35 a month. I know what insulin was costing a month. My late wife died from diabetes. $800 a month she was paying for insulin. So this president is keeping his promises, but people keep focusing on the one or two things he did not get accomplished. No, we didn't do what we wanted to do with voter.
Dragging his poor wife name back up. Oh, my late wife died. You ain't, boy. We don't know if you love that lady like that. You grimy politician. Instead of dragging her through the mud to make Biden look good.
The John Lewis Voter Education and Advancement Act. But we are going to keep working until we get it done.
So as you can hear from Clyburn, supposedly that is accomplishments of Biden, which is about nothing. at all. It's nothing. But you mentioned about the Supreme Court justice that he put on the bench. You mean this lady?
Can you provide a definition for the word woman?
Imagine this.
Can I provide a definition? No.
Yeah.
This is who he put on Supreme Court. This Greek freak, divine nine, boule, sinner who want to live in Sodom and Gomorrah. The Republicans, they asked her a simple question. She ran into a trap because in the Democrats, you can't say a woman is a woman and a man is a man. Supreme Court justice act like she didn't know what a woman was.
I can't.
You can't?
How crazy.
Not in this context.
So
I'm not a
the
biologist.
meaning of the word woman is so unclear and controversial that you can't give me a definition?
How outrageous.
Senator, in my
actually, well, what are you? Are you a man? Are you a man? Or are you a woman? Well, that's how immoral the Democrats, but they put it out there. Oh, you want a black on the Supreme Court? Well, make sure you put a one who don't got no spiritual basis to her. And you can't say a woman is a man is a man. You got to do what this coon just did. I don't know what a woman is. You what?
work as a judge, what I do is I address disputes. If there's a dispute about a definition, people make arguments, and I look at the law and I decide. So I'm not.
The fact that you can't give me a straight answer about something as fundamental as what a woman is underscores the dangers of the kind of progressive education that we are hearing about.
Yeah, that's a win. A lady who can't define what a woman is, that kind of woman. You know what I'm saying? I mean, this is the kind of people that he's cool with, right?
Outrageous.
Not a real sister, that one. But everything Clyburn has talked about does not benefit the whole of Black America. And Clyburn, you're the main one that was against reparations. See, maybe if you supported reparations, Clyburn, and told Biden, hey, we need to support reparations because they keep coming up to me at my events talking about reparations. But no, what you told the people, look, you're not getting it. That's what you said. And so why should Biden do anything about reparations when your so-called majority whip in the Congressional Black Caucus telling you to your face, you're not getting it? So since Black folks can't get reparations, then Black folks, and that came from you, Clyburn, then that means that Black folks can't vote for Biden either. You understand? Why didn't he discuss this migrant crisis that was created by the Biden administration? Why haven't Clyburn talked about that? Why isn't he talking about Chicago? Why isn't he talking about Black people in New York? He's not talking about anything like that. He want to mention something that nobody cares about, nobody can see. It don't matter that he so-called did it. The migrant crisis is taking away all of it, supposedly, right? And this student loan debt, that only affect some people. They don't affect all the people in America. You need to do for the whole, not for a few. You want the whole to come out just for what he done for a few? Then you mentioning the situation about insulin. Okay, maybe that's great for people that's dealing with that issue, but that doesn't affect the whole. They only affect the people that's dealing with that issue. The thing is, they don't have nothing to present about Biden right now. Nothing. Because he has not done nothing for Black America. That's why you have nothing to present. You can't pull, a rabbit out of a hat with him. You can't. You can't do nothing with Kamala either, because she has been just a placeholder, literally. She haven't done anything. You mentioned that you can't penetrate the MAGA wall, so you mean to tell me that all Black folk are talking about MAGA and all that, make America great again and all that? No, the majority of Black folks aren't talking about that. You can't so-called penetrate the MAGA wall because you haven't done anything. See, you could penetrate it if you've done something for Black folk. You could penetrate it, but you haven't done nothing. You squandered your time. Since you squandered your time in the White House, it's the reason why you have this issue and problem right now. See, Black people are not going to come out and vote for y'all in 2024 without something on the table for specifically for Black America. The gone are the days where y'all can just tell people, oh, it's Trump, 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 save democracy. What democracy? What democracy are we saving? Oh, you mean that democracy in Chicago where people want to vote if they say to be a sanctuary city and y'all took that away from the voters? You mean that kind of democracy? Is that what we're saving? Trump is a threat to that? What democracy we have that he's so much of a threat to? That's the thing. Y'all have to find something else to run on. It can't be Trump fear tactics. You can't say democracy. You can't say, oh, January the 6th. You can't say any of that. Right now, you have to show and prove while you have the time. And the time is ticking. You are in crunch time now. You are in January. We are going on the second week of January. And you know good and well the way time passed. January going to be up and gone. Y'all know this. Time flies like this. That's the reason why Obama is at the White House talking to Biden and say, hey, man, you're going to lose this election. That's basically what he's telling them. So you better change things real quick. But it's nothing that Biden can really do at this point. It's nothing. Because I'm not definitely voting for no Biden. Ain't happening. Biden haven't done nothing for my people. We asking for reparations. We asking for an anti-black hate crime bill. We want to get qualified immunity removed for the police and all that. They didn't do nothing. Nothing whatsoever. I don't care about no voting rights. Do whatever you want to do. But I'm talking about black folk and what we need. But he surely made sure to be papering up the migrants. He surely made sure to give Ukrainians all kind of money. He gave he signed the Asian community to have an anti-Asian hate crime bill. He made sure of that. And yet he can't count on them to go vote. That's the interesting part. He cannot count on them to go vote exactly when he did something for them. Now, see, if you'd done an anti-black hate crime bill, you wouldn't have to worry about a vote right now. Because black folks would make sure that to go out there and vote for you. We would have did that. But you can care less, and that's fine. That's fine. You can care less. No issue, no problem. That's why black folks can care less. So y'all can sit up here and do all these interviews you want on CNN. Y'all can try to twist black folks' arm, but black folks are saying, no, this is a business arrangement at this point. It's a business arrangement. You do for me, and maybe we'll come out and vote for you. See, Sheila Jackson Lee learned the hard way in an election in Houston. When you don't do right by your people, they're not going to show up for you. It's just bottom line. Because if just 10% of the voters in Houston who are black would have showed up for Sheila, she'd be the mayor of Houston right now. But she's not. Oh, it's a lot of upsets that's going to be happening in this coming political season. And it needs to. It's time to get all the people that's already been in there, haven't done nothing for black folk, and get them out. Let some new people come in and tell new people, if you don't do nothing for us, you gone too. Just remember that. And they are running scared about this right now. Scared. So scared. The fear tactics don't work anymore. It's the show and prove era. Let's call it what it is. We ain't got nothing to lose if Trump getting elected. Well, what do you got to lose? We don't have nothing no way. Because y'all made sure we don't have anything. See, maybe if y'all gave Black America something, Democrats, maybe y'all gave us something, then we would worry about losing it. And then on top of that, how Biden gonna get reelected when he's pissed off also the Muslim community? Stop talking about us. You need to go talk to the Muslim community. They pissed off about what's going on in Israel. They're pissed. They came out and say they're not voting for Biden. You didn't have that problem in 2020. You didn't. You got even some black people that don't want to vote for you behind that, or maybe some white people, or just people in general may not want to vote for Biden for that situation. This man has a lot going against him. And Obama can't help him out of it. Clyburn can't help him out of it. You just can't. He has to stand on his own because he made these type of decisions. And the way it's looking, it looks like he's going to end up being a one-term president. And that's a good thing. That's good. Because if Biden becomes a one-term president and he's removed out of office because he ain't done nothing for people, maybe they'll give the Democrats a wake-up call. But we know how the Democrats are. We know. They're going to sit up here and blame all of us. That's what they're going to do. blame us. It's our fault what Trump is doing. It's black folks' fault. Not like black folks the only one gonna sit it out.
We putting them
but it's all our fault. Everything is our fault. If we don't vote, it's our fault. What happens? It's just be used to it. But let's see what's gonna happen in the continuing election cycle this year. We already know it's gonna go down. We already know they're gonna be trying to pressure black folks. But look, like folks gonna be chilling at the crib. People ain't not worrying about y'all. Y'all have no enthusiasm for nobody to vote because you haven't done nothing for black folk. If you want black folks to come out and vote, pay cash payment reparations. Do an anti-black hate crime bill. Do those things at minimum and watch how black folks come out and vote.
Now I just want to go to some footage of Jim Crow Joe and that coon Clyburn being heckled in South Carolina as they try to get black people to vote for them in a church. It's good.
But the truth,
it's good stuff right here.
The truth is under assault in America.
Look at the,
as a consequence,
the Roman Caesar.
So is our freedom, our democracy, our very country, because without the truth, there's no light. Without light, there's no path from this darkness.
If you really care about the lives lost here, you should honor the lives lost and call for a ceasefire in Palestine. Ceasefire! Ceasefire!
Yeah, look at this clown.
That's all right. That's all right.
No, beat him. Right. No president beat him. Blast him. Look at them coons. Now listen, look at this picture. This is a shameful, humiliating picture right here. You got Jim Clyburn back there trying to soak up power. Now it's shameful. You can't even protect the president in South Carolina. You let some radicals in there to shout them down. You could have put the president's life in danger. Coon Clyburn, and then these other, look at these ministers of the clergy. Look at these coons. House niggas like this, Boulay been selling us out far too long. I'm so glad the whole world get to see this right here. Y'all ain't no men of peace. Respond now, damn it. Look. Yeah, interrupt your little Sunday, interrupt your little services. They knocked over the collection plate too, like Jesus. Knock over the money track. This is a house of sin. Whatever. Yeah, y'all didn't say that when the revolutionaries did that. Then they thought, the 4 more years. I don't think so. Yeah, I just had to let y'all see Joe Biden and the coons. They under attack, even in the church. See, the revolutionaries snuck in there. They said the white revolutionaries went in there. They thought, you're a good white person. We know you ain't it ain't the Panthers. And then the white people start yelling and hollering at Joe Biden, you're white. How could you do this to me? Embarrass me in here. You're white.
Ladies and gentlemen, there was an article that actually came out in Politico, and this article was focusing on Charlemagne the God, as you can see on the screen, Trouble with a God. And I actually looked at this article and kind of went through it and seen what they were talking about. So I want to kind of expound on that a little bit. Now, we know Charlemagne has, had Hillary on their show, The Breakfast Club. We know the famous interview with Biden where, Biden, you remember he said,
you have a problem figuring out whether you're for me or Trump and you ain't black.
So that you remember that famous, statement from Biden. And then even Larry Elder had to clown his behind about that. He didn't push back against Biden during that time, but he was out here encouraging everybody to go vote for Biden, go vote for Harris. He said the only reason he supported Biden is because Kamala got on the ticket, right? So Charlemagne right now is having voters remorse. On top of that, he's dealing with people constantly telling him, hey, Charlemagne, you told me to go vote for him. I voted for him. And look what's happening right now. Charlemagne, I'm in Chicago, right? Let's say you're a resident of Chicago and you listen to Charlemagne. You tell Charlemagne, hey, I voted for this guy. And we got people just pouring into the border all day long. They're in my city taking resources. It could be a brother or sister from New York where the show is hosted, right? hey, Charlemagne, we listen to you, voted for Biden. Now look at our city. This wasn't like this when Trump was in office, bro. So he has to deal with that. See, y'all don't understand. When you get on these microphones, you got to be very careful in what you say. You got to be very careful on who you're going to put your weight behind. That's why you really don't, be careful who you put your weight behind with a politician, right? And if you're going to do that, say why you saying it, right? Now, you can't be, oh, well, this guy is this guy that. No, it has to be a problem. And I told all of y'all, at the end of the day, it's your choice who you want. Now, if you want Biden, that's your business. I don't understand why. If you want to sit it out, that's cool too. If you want to vote for Trump, that's on you too. It's your choice in the day, not my choice. I'll just say how I personally feel about it. I am not me. I'm not voting for Democrats. It ain't happening. It's not. Not this. No, it's just not happening. I used to be a Democrat at one point in time in my life. I mean, most of all black people were Democrats, right? We were raised to be Democrats. We were raised that. That was our upbringing. Black people, Democrat. It was no Republican. Republicans were evil. Republicans were racist. That's how we was raised. Okay? So to tell a black person anything outside of Democrat, you going deep and messing with their upbringing. That's why you have such a hard time telling them anything outside of Democrat. Most black folks will sit it out a lot of times before they go to Republican. Now that's the old, we're talking about the older black people. Now, what I can't case as of yet, what would Gen X, millennials, and Gen Z do? Would they be that generation that's willing to say, okay, I may not agree with Trump on this, but I sure agree with him on the migrants. And we have to be the generation and be about our paper. It ain't about all that virtue signaling and all that mess like that. It's not making us a dollar. I'm sorry. I'm not on that. You can't tell me nothing about no LGBT because I can't feed my kids with LGBT. You can't tell me about abortion because I can't put no clothes on my kids' back. I can't keep the lights on. Our people that work with us can't get paid with abortion or nothing like that. I need finances to come in here so not only we can pay the people that we got that work with us, pay myself, pay everybody got to get paid, right? Everybody got to get paid. So that stuff that the Democrats do, like I say, little side quests they focus on, has nothing to do with what matters at the end of the day. What matters at the end of the day is paper, getting that paper in your pocket. When they talk about Trump during the pandemic, Trump made sure everybody got a stimulus check. Black folks calling it stimmies, right? It got so crazy with the stimmies. Instead of using it for that, some people's going over to the Dominican Republic. You remember that video, going to get BBLs and all that with the stimmies. It was crazy seeing those videos, right? But whatever people did with their stimulus check, that's what they did. Some people saved it. Some people did a whole lot of great things with their money. During the time of Trump, which Charlemagne agreed about this, the First Step Act happened, where you had brothers and sisters get out of jail. Biden was the guy that put black folk in jail. Black folks that would have today a medical condition, which is an addiction, right? He wanted them in jail, and he wanted them to serve 85% of the time in jail before they even be eligible for parole. This was Biden did that. And black folks like Charlemagne encouraged them to go out and vote. Well, you know, Boulay Martin, that's all he is. He's just a Democrat, right? Well, Charlemagne jumped on the train. So Charlemagne got a lot of egg on his face right now. So all the egg is on his face. People are criticizing him. He don't like it. It messed with his reputation. He's angry. So when you make someone like that advocated for you angry, now they become a thorn in your side, right? And that's what the Democrats look at with Charlemagne. Now, all the shills have called Charlemagne. I know the Angela Rise have called him. The Tiffany Cross have called him. All the females, because that's what they'll do. They'll send a black woman to you to try to, oh, come on, brother. No, I know they send them to him because you can't tell no man to talk to him. So they're going to send the women, right? Well, Charlemagne right now, he's standing on business because it's that bad, Democrats. And if you think Charlemagne the God is a problem for you, like I said, Charlemagne's nice. I have been on a total focus campaign on telling my people what you have done, not making up no lies on you, what you have done. if you look at my podcast, at first, I didn't create it to be talking about no Democrats. Really, I want to talk about other things. But I said, wait a minute. The Democrat Party is a menace to my community. My community have came out and voted for these people for over half a century, 60 years already. But it's well over half a century. We have got nothing. The migrants didn't vote at all. And they come across the border and they get resources. You doggone right, I'm going to say something. Why do you think more and more black people are saying, wait a minute, hold on, man. Hold on. What is this? This can't fly. Then, like I said, you got some people still silly talking about, well, how come oppressed people talking about oppressed people? I'm worried about my oppression. I'm not worried about nobody else's oppression right now. When my oppression's over and then my community is taken care of, then I can actually help somebody else's oppression because I can help them in an abundance. But I can't help you when I'm still oppressed. I can't help you. And it's not my job to. Because black folks been oppressed forever and nobody trying to fix that. Every time you look up, black folks getting sabotaged and everything else.
But see, that's easy. When they say, well, it's easy to help the migrants. We're going to stop exploiting their countries and stop bombing their countries. That's the help we're going to give them. We're going to help them fight the narcos in their damn countries. We're going to turn them. We're going to fight in your countries. We're going to help everything that they want to hear. We're going to give it to them where they're at. We're going to help them make their country great again. You see, it's okay to say that. Oh, no, we're going to help them by not being imperialist. The congressional black coons should be ashamed of their goddamn self. If they really want to help the migrants quit want to raid their countries and steal their goddamn resources, that's how you help the migrants. That's how you help them. They got plenty of resources, plenty of wealth in their goddamn countries. Plenty.
So no, we worrying about the oppression of black folk. That's all I'm going to focus on. The oppression of black people globally, right in America and also globally. That's it. Everybody else going to have to get it out the mud and do it how they going to do it. But the Democrats have taken us for granted for the last time, in my opinion. Like I said, a Democrat can't get me to vote for them. You just can't. The only way I will vote for a Democrat, unless I know you personally and I know your work in the community and I know you not on that regular Democrat stuff, that's the only way I can vote for a Democrat. I have to know you personally. If I don't know you personally, if I don't know your work in the community and that sort of thing, I'm going to say 10 times out of 10, no, I will not vote for no Democrat. I'll sit it out before I vote for a Democrat. And just because a person Republican don't mean I'm going to vote for him either, because I'm not a Democrat. I'm not a Republican. I'm politically independent. So I don't have no ties to none of their political parties. Ain't nobody giving me money nowhere. So I wouldn't want it because you're not going to give me money, then I got to advocate. No, I don't have to advocate for nothing. If you're going to donate something over here, it's because you like it. And I don't want nobody donating. I'd rather you join our African Diaspora News Channel app, download it from Google Play in the Apple App Store. Once you download it, just click a video in the news section like that. It'll say sign in. They got a section that says create account, create your account, choose a membership, whether it's a month, quarterly or yearly, and join us over there. We covering things that we're not talking about on this section, because I'll tell you this. Things will start becoming reduced with time, the free stuff. So make sure you be over there so you can get everything. We, as people on these microphones, got to make sure we keep our ear to the street. Listen to this. Know what the temperature is. Look out what the politicians are doing. What is their record before we throw our weight behind anybody? And we don't throw our weight behind a person. We throw our weight behind policy. It's not about the person or personality. I don't care. This guy is racist. Let me tell you something. It don't matter if they're Democrat or Republican. They both racist. I told you, as black people, we deal with racism in every aspect of this country. We're going to deal with racism. But the key is, it's not about the racism. Because look, I can deal with racism. I got plenty of fun. The issue is I need to get what I need to get out of whoever it is to bring that bag home. That's what I got to get. Or whatever policy is going to benefit my community, I got to deal with that. Right? But Charlemagne is out here saying that Trump has a better message. He's out here saying Trump has no problem getting in people's face. He has no problem going in on people. He keeps saying Biden too soft. Biden don't say nothing. Biden didn't want everybody to be so moral. He ended up saying in that article that he don't need his politicians to be moral. He just needs them to get something done. And that's really what everybody want. Everybody want their particular politician to get things done. That's it. Once again, I'll go back to when Trump came in. Trump came in first day. He already doing some executive orders, whatever. Everybody like, what? The first day? But Obama, I can't do this. Republicans blocking me. The Republicans blocking me. He kept complaining all the time. Republicans blocking him. Within the first day Trump got in office, he started doing something. You know what I'm saying? So this is the thing. The Democrats are not dedicated to doing anything for black people. And that's what I need my black people to understand. They're not dedicated to you. You've been dedicated to the Democrat Party for over half a century, and they have not done nothing for you. Listen to what they even talk about to this day. Voting rights. Oh, we need voting rights. Black people already have voting rights. Who you talking about? I know who you're talking about. You're talking about those new Americans you want to come in here, right? All the migrants. You want to use us and our ancestors and the blood spilled by our ancestors to piggyback into what we have going on so they can be extended voting rights. Understand? So you always try to use us to funnel resources and rights to everybody else. They did that to every single community, whether it's LGBT, feminist, whatever. They always try to use our struggle. And my issue is this with these groups of people. Go fight your own battles and you deal with the struggle on your own. Leave us out of it. Because you know what? We need our best and brightest in our community. Just like the story you seen with at Harvard by Dr. Claudine Gay and how they got her out of there, right? Our best and brightest need to stop going to these PWI institutions, whether they elite or not. They need to be educating at HBCUs and using our best and brightest at our institutions. And notice even with that, Democrats, y'all didn't even come and defend that woman. Where was all those women groups that defend women? Where were the feminists defending Dr. Claudine Gay? Nowhere to be found at all. That's why I tell black women, you can't join these little groups with your so-called white sisters, is because they're not going to defend you. They're always going to stand up and defend white supremacy, whether they defend it openly or they're silent. Sometimes they're more silent when you're being attacked. But when something going on with them, they want you to do a women's march. You understand? Charlemagne and his voters' remorse and also his embarrassment, because Charlemagne is embarrassed. He's embarrassed that he has to deal with this, so he's going to attack. And the problem with Democrats, which you have to understand, you got to be careful who you're attacking, because someone that has the gift of gab, someone that has the ability to talk to people and convince people certain things, you don't want them to be your enemy. You want to be friends with them. And I know you think Boulay Martin has a gift of gab. Nobody listening to him. Democrats, have you actually went to his comment section and seen how the people are going in on him for refusing to speak about the migrants in Chicago? Have you seen that, Democrats? Y'all waste money on people that y'all shouldn't be wasting money on. If y'all actually would be honest and do the right thing for black folk, you ain't got to go spend no money like that. Then they got a new show I just saw coming out, new podcast with Andrew Gillum. And you remember his situation with all the bussy stuff. Andrew Gillum, Angela Rye, and Tiffany Cross. They all getting together to do a podcast that's supposed to be coming out. I said, oh God, really? I said, this is what we doing. So I guess they're gonna get y'all told about voting for Democrat and try to convince you to vote for Democrat. I was wondering where old Tiffany Cross was gonna come back out there, but it's just so interesting is that these people, if you are talented, why do you need to always go through the folks to have a platform? You can't create one on your own? It ain't no way. If I was on MSNBC for at least a good year and they kicked me out of there, that I couldn't go start my own stuff right then and there. Hell, I would have had it going if it wasn't in my contract. I'd have had it going the whole time, right? People already know you. Go ahead and start your platform. But what I realize, some people can't do this. Like it's easy. Some people think it's easy just to talk, but they can't do the behind the scenes stuff it takes to build a platform. There's more work behind the scenes than it is right here. Beyond with you. It's a lot. And some people, what I've experienced over the years, some people aren't dedicated enough. They need the system to do it, right? They don't want to worry about editing. They don't want to worry about thumbnails. They don't worry about uploads and learning policies of platforms or even creating their own platforms, their own apps. And they don't want to have editors and graphic design and business management and dealing with CPA, the company, and dealing with, the new beneficial ownership report that you better make sure you filled out if you got an LLC. They don't want to deal with all those issues and problems. They just want to show up to work and collect the check. And that's okay. That's actually okay. Because, listen, I understand everybody can't be an entrepreneur. I get that. Some people do better just doing the work, and that's great. We need that. But I guess I look at it from a different aspect. I guess Tiffany just want to collect the check. But in this day and time, we live in a day and time that we can create our own checks. So why do you want to beg the people to? I don't know. I just can't relate to that. Because the folks have never gave me nothing on the lane. They never gave me no platform, none of that. I had to get it out the mud. Y'all know I started my doggone bathroom. Who been following me? I was doing videos in front of a shower curtain. Y'all know that. Who been following me all the way since back then? In front of a doggone shower curtain. And I went from the shower curtain to where I'm at today, and we're going to go even further as the time go ahead. We are. But it took me believing in myself to do it. And say, you know what? I'm going to dedicate this time. I'm going to keep grinding when nobody was watching. I'm going to go through all the ups and downs I went through over the years and the drama and all the different things I went through over the years. I'm going to go through that. And let me tell you something. There are people today that when I started and all the drama and all that stuff, they ain't nowhere to be found today. Nowhere. Phil, he's still standing. Because I learned certain things with principles that I can apply, and these other people, where they seemed so hot at one point in time, they went away. You got to learn how to engage staying power. But the thing is, you have to be authentic with yourself and have your ear with the people. That's really what it is. And don't be doing gimmicky things. The Democrats, what they think is that they're going to have black folks forever. And like I said, that older generation, I talked about this earlier today on the live stream on African diaspora. The silent generation and the baby boomers, they got them on lock. But the Gen X, millennial, Gen Z is their problem. That's their problem. And every election cycle, they're losing more and more voters with the silent generation and the baby boomer. They're losing voters and they're not being replaced. So the Democrats, they're going to have to eventually deal with black folks and deal with these issues and problems. But this new black have no problem going to Trump or sitting it out. They just don't have no problem. Now, we still got some black folks who got to work with, they still in their emotions and stuff like that. Like I said, I have to even take patience with that because I have to remember I'm messing with their upbringing. I'm messing with them to the core when I talk against Democrat. I mean, talking about Democrats, I'm only talking about one of their children. You know what I'm saying? So I got to be patient with them. But I'm seeing more and more people waking up, right? And like I told y'all, this election cycle that's going on, I'm going to watch and I'm going to pay attention. I'm going to pay attention to how black folk move, how we vote, whatever. But just the temperature that I'm seeing is that the Democrats, the only way they'll win, from how I'm looking at it, they either have to give cash payment reparations. That'll be the only way they can win. Cash payment reparations. They'll have to give an anti-black hate crime bill. That'll be the only way they can win. Probably would have to get rid of qualified immunity for the race soldiers. That's probably another way they possibly could win. Doing some big stimulus checks. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of things they could do, but they're not going to do. Because the Democrats don't want the police to lose qualified immunity. They don't want that. Because you understand, the police is the foot soldiers of white supremacy. If they can't call them to handle black folk, then they in trouble. They in big time trouble. So they're never going to. Biden has given more money to the police. Remember, he said we're going to fund them and fund them and fund them and fund them. Like I said, that's how Biden feels. And y'all went out there and vote for that guy that's talking about funding the police. They get more funding than anybody else. They have a lot of funding outside the military. They got money. They funded them to lock folks up, basically. But the Democrats got a long road ahead that's coming up. Long road ahead. The election, they say, is in about 300 days already. Trust me, them days they're gonna go quick. Look how fast 2023 went, y'all. Look how fast it went. The election gonna come up, and like I said, I'm ready. I want to see. Let me tell y'all what I want to see. I want to see definitely the Democrats lose, but I want to see. Trust me, I'm gonna run to that program if the Democrats lose. I want to see that program on Boulay Martin. Oh, I want to see his face. Oh, that's the guy I want to see face the Democrats. Oh boy, I would get a kick. I'm pretty sure I'll get cussed out that night. I'm pretty sure. Because he'll cuss me out. Oh, he'd be cussing me every which way. Because like I said, I'm on the Democrats, and I'll be circling back to him too. Because and I was gonna mess with him, but I said, you know what? Let me leave him alone because I don't want to send Boulay Martin and give him some a stroke or something. I don't want to do that. So I'm gonna let him make it. I'm going to stick to the Democrats. But all that Democrat shilling, that industry's done. In 2024, it's done. I'm gonna repeat that again. Democrat shilling is done. That you can't do that no more. It don't work. You can't shame us no more. Don't work. Can't use our ancestors. They not here no more. You can't. What you gonna say? You know what I'm saying? I got my voting rights. What you gonna talk about? You can't use that on me about they died. I got my voting rights. Now we need to finish the job of the ancestors and get our reparations. That's what we need to do. We need to finish the job. I'm not trying to live off of past wins. I want future wins. I want wins today. That way my kids look at, hey, during my dad's time, they did this. Now, in my time, we going to do this. Don't be sitting up here trying to live off of the past. No, it's great, the victories that we've had, but we got current victories to finish. The job isn't finished. It is not finished. We haven't got reparations. We don't have an anti-Black hate crime bill. And in the midst of that anti-Black hate crime bill, anti-Black racism need to be condemned. Just like they condemn anti-Semitism, we need it condemned. We need all industries audited to see how they treat Black folks, especially the banks and the hospitals. It's not a coincidence that only in Western countries or white ran countries, Black women die at high rates during childbirth. In Western countries only. Outside of that, we don't have them problems. And we know it's because of racism, white supremacy. I just read a horrible comment on TikTok earlier that, boy, I was like, wow. This one sister said that a white doctor told her while she was going under for a C-section, he whispered in her ear, I'm going to make sure you don't have no more children. And she wasn't going there for nothing like that. That's why we have these issues and problems with Black women. That's why I always tell Black folks, find you a Black doctor, find you a Black gynecologist, find them. Find them. Whatever you got to do, if you got to go move somewhere, if your wife pregnant for a time, so your wife can go to a good Black gynecologist and have her baby with a good Black doctor, do that. Because, man, we don't trust these people, man. Man, that comment ran through me. And that's so sinister. Jesus, that's sinister. And once again, the Democrats don't do nothing about it either. And Black people live in a lot of these Democrat-run cities. There you go. Democrats do nothing. Nothing whatsoever but lip service. But let me know what y'all think, about Charlemagne up here.
To Israel now, their war with Hamas has crossed the 3-month mark, but instead of wrapping up, it seems to be getting worse. Gaza is in ruins, thousands of people have died, and now Israel is bracing for trouble in the north. That's Lebanon. Last week, Israel struck Lebanon, their capital Beirut. Israel attacked. They killed a Hamas leader there in Beirut. Now, Lebanon is the home of Hezbollah, a militant group that has ties with Hamas and Iran. Ever since the war began, Israel has faced shelling from the Hezbollah. It was limited to cross-border exchanges, but now Israel has killed a senior Hezbollah leader too. An Israeli airstrike hit a car in southern Lebanon. It was carrying a man called Wissam al-Tawil, the deputy leader of an elite Hezbollah force. So we come back to the question, will this war escalate? Israel's allies are worried, specifically the US. They're worried. An American intelligence report is out. It says Israel may not win the war against Hezbollah. Here's more.
I'm suggesting to Hezbollah to learn what Hamas already learned in the previous months. No terrorist is immune, and we are determined to defend our citizens and to return the people of the north to their homes safely. This is a national goal that we all share, and we are acting responsibly to contain it. If we can, we will do it in political ways, and if not, we will act in other ways.
It's statements like these which have Israel's allies worried. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu said this yesterday, after the Lebanon-based Hezbollah group had fired over 62 rockets at Israel. They claim to have taken out an Israeli observation post, and Israel has been returning fire since. Netanyahu's speech was about projecting strength. He has to, that's his job. But he also seems to be threatening to go to war with Hezbollah, which is not a good idea, at least according to the US. The US Defense Intelligence Agency has conducted an assessment. They found that Israel may have difficulty succeeding if there was an escalation with Hezbollah. It suggests that Israel won't win a two-front war, because after 3 months in Gaza, Israel is stretched thin. It has been bombarding Gaza non-stop. The Israeli Air Force is apparently not fresh enough to tackle Hezbollah. They would face difficulties against Hezbollah air defense systems and their advanced rockets and missiles. It would be a different type of war compared to the flattening of Gaza. The Israeli ground forces would have trouble too. Hezbollah is much stronger than Hamas. It has more fighters. It claims to have over 100,000, but even conservative estimates put them at about 50,000 at least. And they are better trained than Hamas. Some Hezbollah fighters have even seen real combat in neighboring Syria. So an assault on Lebanon definitely won't be the same as storming Gaza. But Israel still seems to be considering it. You have the belligerent statements from Netanyahu and his officials, and on the 1st of January, Israel decided to rest some reservists, letting them recuperate ahead of a new round of fighting. Could that fighting be in the north? Israel's allies are desperately trying to prevent this, both the US and Europe. US Secretary of State Antony Blinken is in West Asia, again. It's his 4th trip since the war began. He has been flying between Turkey, Jordan, Qatar, the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and Israel, trying to get all the big regional players to calm things down.
This is a conflict that could easily metastasize, causing even more insecurity and even more suffering. So from day one, among other priorities, we have been intensely focused on working to prevent the conflict from spreading. And that is indeed a major focus of what is now my 4th visit to the region since October 7th.
Meanwhile, the EU's foreign policy chief, Josep Borrell, was in Lebanon, also trying his best to avoid an escalation.
I am here when we are seeing a worry intensification of exchange of fire across the blue line in the border between Lebanon and Israel. And I think that the war can be prevented, has to be avoided, and diplomacy can prevail to look for a better solution. And I am sending this message to Israel too. Nobody will win from a regional conflict.
Nobody will win. That was a message for Israel. The West wants to avoid another Iraq scenario, where they have to send in troops for years without having a proper end goal or exit strategy. That's what an Israel-Hezbollah war would end up as, and West Asia may not be able to recover from that.
Come to geopolitical trends. So fast. Full tilt boogie, he made it because he could this. So anyway, let's talk about what I'm going to be covering here, and of course I am going to add more that I can discuss here. I'll discuss it elsewhere. So, but for now, and I'll save all my thanks for the new members for the Buy Me Coffee membership. There was somebody there who bought a membership for the whole year, so I'm very, very grateful for that. And I will talk about this as I get closer to done here, or do it on the other part. So anyway, here is a topic. What I'm going to be talking about today is the idea of what's behind the attack on U.S. forces in Iraq and Syria. Yeah, we all know, of course, the tensions and so forth, but sometimes you have to put the timing of an event within its geopolitical context, because that's what it is. And this is the things that I can't talk about here. I'm going to do them elsewhere. But for now, suffice it to provide you some insights into exactly what led to that and how the U.S. reacted, and what is the legal ramifications to all this, given the status of U.S. forces in that part of the world. Yeah, there is some legality into all this, which happens that we are violating. So I'm gonna detail all this for you. And before I'll, and of course, the key questions we're gonna ask, and I already typed them here, so this time I won't forget. Here are the questions. So straightforward. What is the message behind this attack? Because this, again, can happen in a vacuum. There is a message for it. Is this a sign for what lies ahead? Because usually when it comes down to escalations, we are witnessing something else on the other front. You all know what I'm referring to here. And I'm going to detail this on my next live on the other platforms. And the third question is, will the U.S. be drawn into another conflict in the Middle East? That's another key that we need to understand, why we don't want to have a peace per se in the Middle East, because it's not going to bode well for both the U.S. and Israel. So that's just straightforward. Those are the key questions and I'm going to, by the way, let me put this now for you so you guys can see it. And I am going to put it on the chat box. So you guys also, I know some of you have missed that one last time. I'm going to put it in the chat box for you. So for later on, you guys can come in, and which we're going to do right after this one here directly. So it's right there on the chat box for you guys. Oh, Daniela, let me say thank you. Daniela Moros, Cara, thank you so much for your super sticker. Truly appreciate it. Oh, Tarka, thank you so much from Atlanta, Georgia. Atlanta, Georgia, is that correct, right? Thank you so much for your super sticker. Truly, truly appreciate it. It means a lot, man. It means a lot. I want you guys to know how much I appreciate it. So let me get back to, again, where was I? Let me share the picture here for you. Well, before I'll do this is what I'm going to be covering today. That's what I'm going to be talking about briefly here. Then we will continue the conversation on the other end. So Let's do a tour around the world quickly here, because I need to share a few things. Beside the event of my birthday today, which is a headline for me personally, I'm just joking with you guys. There are some events that took place around the world. For example, China's largest shipping company, which is considered the fourth in the world. Here it is. Here is an image for it, guys, so you can see it. This is China's Costco. This is the largest shipping company. Well, what happened is that now it holds all its operations as far as delivery to Israel completely. So, and this was announced not just by China, it was announced by the Israeli newspaper Globes, that it learned from a private source that the Chinese state-owned shipping giant Costco has stopped sailing towards Israeli ports. Now, you would ask yourself, if that company would have gone through Red Sea, will it be attacked? Most likely it will be the case, even though it belonged to China. And the reason for that is that the other group, you know, that starts with an H. so silly that we start to talk in this way here, just because, you know, it is what it is. That they're saying anything that is going to Israel is going to be attacked. That's just their argument. So, and the newspaper, this Globe here, there's this Israeli newspaper, pointed out that the Chinese company, which is the fourth largest shipping line in containers in the world, this company contributes about 11% of global trade. So that is a major. This is, as you know, Bab el-Mandeb. It's a crucial choking point, if I may, that now companies will have, or companies will have to go around Africa, Cape God, I guess, and go all the way there. Next one has to do with a major, this is, to me, is troubling. And this is real. This is not just an image. This happened. The door on a plane came off. That's troubling. And for which company here? We're talking about Boeing 737 MAX 9. So to the point now, as a matter of fact, it was one country, I forget which one, it halted all its flights in Turkey, if I'm not mistaken. It halted all the flights that uses Boeing 737 MAX. And this happened yesterday, by the way, because it was expanded to the rest of the world. It was only 2 days after an accident involving Alaska Airlines. You know, this is where, and that's I believe, I'm not certain of this, but I believe that image, that's where it's from. It was due to the plane separation of one of its doors after takeoff. That is what's troubling. So very, very concerning, and safety matters. So, but also start to wonder about the quality. And only this, if you only go back and watch one of my old videos that I did about China C990 or 919C aircraft that is domestically built. And I did say in the title, is the end of Boeing over or numbered? Something to that effect. That was my reason for why wording it that way, because China usually used to order big orders from Boeing, not anymore. And who knows, I might be in that part of the world and I might hop on those planes just to do my own reporting on it. And I'm working on that stuff. So I'll keep you posted, guys, as I get closer to that date. So, but anyway, that was the whole reason for why it's very important. So I have two other stories, major one, except I can't talk about them here. Very major. So I'm going to save them for when we go to the next location that I put in the chat box for you, and you see it on your screen. So, all right, let's move on our, let me remove this one here. I'm going to keep it here for you guys just in case, but please share it with others who might have trouble getting to it or something like that. So let's get into the narrative. So what's going on? What happened when it comes down to U.S. forces in both Iraq and in Syria? And by the way, did you know that it has been over, I believe, over 109 attacks since Biden came to the came to power. A lot. So, but beside this, we're not going to focus on this. What we're going to focus on is the idea of how this happened to begin with. So, well, just as a background for those who might not know, the U.S. Strikes headquarters of it's called the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq. Now, with this action, that the U.S. retaliation, because the U.S. retaliate to it's been attacked. Now, some will say, well, it's justified. Others will say, well, wait a minute. What is the U.S. doing there in the first place? Which is legitimate questions, because we're going to get into the legality of it briefly here. So the idea of now with this U.S. retaliating, which is a violation of the international law to begin with, given the arrangements between Iraq and the U.S. Okay, now this scenario is going to now put the relationship between Iraq and the United States even more tense or tenser than you might anticipate. So and all, as I said, the U.S. strike came in reaction to the resistance in Iraq, and there is a specific name there that is used for that. So I'm not going to use it here. So since the start of all this started following what started in October 7th between Israel and in Gaza, that is. So. But before I'll go deeper into all this briefly here, I'm going to share geography and history with you because you need to know some aspects of Iraq. I spent a lot of time in Iraq back then. Most of my academic research was about the Middle East. Iraq is included in that conversation. And I wanted to share with you, let me close this one and open this one here and share the map with you. So for you guys to see where this is. And we'll talk briefly geography, history of it, and move into brief analysis. Then I'll switch to the other place. So, let me share screen with you here, guys. And by the way, I gotta give credit to YouTube. They responded to my appeal and said there was no violation of whatsoever. So you give credit where credit is due. And I am more getting convinced now that is more of individuals causing this kind of issues here. So somebody is calling me because my birthday today. I can't answer. So anyway, let's talk about geography here. So Iraq is known officially as the Republic of Iraq. It is a sovereign Western Asian country. Iraq is located in northern and eastern hemisphere of the earth. So it is bordered by 6 countries, and I don't know if you guys can see this one here or not. Not this one here, not this one here. Not this one here. No, it's not on this maps here. So anyway, suffice it. And I'm gonna, yeah, it is. You can see some here, but I'm gonna disclose all this to you. So it is located by 6 nations: Iran to the east, Kuwait to the southeast, Turkey to the north, Syria to the west, Jordan to the southwest, and Saudi Arabia to the south. So, and the country has about a short of 36 miles coastline along the northern end of the Persian Gulf. That's what it is. Iraq is divided into 18 governorates. Those are yeah. No. Slow down. Yeah, right here, guys. This is the map. You can see. And some of them I'm a little familiar with because, again, I spend a lot of time there. So you're looking at, for example, Anbar province. It's well known. Babylon, Baghdad, Basra, Biqar, Al-Qadisiyah, Diyala, Dahuk, Irbil, or Halabja. Halabja was where I believe Saddam Hussein was from. Karbala, Kirkuk, Maysan, Al-Muthanna, Al-Najaf, Nainawa, Salah ad-Din, and Wasi. Now, you have one location there that is Kurdistan, and I spent time in Kurdistan. Kurdistan is an autonomous region in Iraq, still part of Iraq, except it's an autonomous. So there are some tensions once in a while. Of course, that's where some of the U.S. forces have been attacked in that part of the country. So Baghdad, as you know, is the country, and it is located in the center, as you see on the other map right here. What is it? Right there. That's Baghdad. So very, very interesting. Now, regarding the history, and I'm going to leave that map on, guys, because I have only one image I will share with you later on. Regarding the history of Iraq, which you need to know, Iraq is an old civilization. It goes way back. Now, it won't go as far, even in some historical record, they comparing the time frame to the same as the Chinese history, about 5,000 years old. You know, some of them here, it goes between 5,000 to 6,000. This is why Iraq is an ancient civilization. As a matter of fact, if you know anything about the Arab culture, the historical records and so forth, Iraq was considered one of the centers of the all advancements in science, architecture, philosophy, art, you name it. Yeah, that's why we didn't understand when we went into Iraq in 2003. Had no clue about all this. But anyway, so as I said, Iraq is in Western Asia, is a country in Western Asia, and is largely correspondent with the territory of ancient Mesopotamia. This is what's important. Why? Because the history of Mesopotamia extends from the lower Paleolithic period until the establishment of the Caliphate in the 7th century AD, after which the region came to be known as Iraq. And by the way, the period of the Paleolithic, which was a period in history, it's an ancient culture stage of human development marked by the use of sort of chipped stones tools. Traditionally, it has been considered to have begun with the Pleistocene epoch, which is 2.58 to 3 million years ago. So that's how far back it goes. And I think I have, that is part of this history of Iraq. And of course, with all this, it encompassed with the Iraq territory is the ancient land of Sumer. That's where Sumerian came from. I think I have an image I need to share with you that I saved. And this one was I got it through the history of, it was, I believe, an article, if I'm not mistaken. It was an article that was originally published in 2017, in December 7th, 2017. And by the way, this information came from history.com, and I will provide you the link to all this just for you to understand. Let me see if I have an image that I'd like to share with you. Yeah, I do. I don't know if you guys can see it right there. You know, and the image, I give credit to Getty Image. That's where the image is from. So I give the credit for them. I'm just showing it here for educational purposes, because you know the rights and royalties and so forth. So I have to disclose what the image is for. It's not for sale. It's for educational purposes. So what you need to know about Sumerian history, okay? Because what's important about this is that Sumer, as I said, was an ancient civilization that was founded in the Mesopotamia region of the Fertile Crescent, situated between Tigris and Euphrates rivers. That's the key for you to know. It was known for its innovation in languages, governance, architecture, and even other fields as well. Sumerians are considered the creator of civilizations as modern human understand it. And their control of the region lasted for short of 2,000 years before the Babylonian took charge in 2004 BC. This is what's important to understand this part of history, because without it, it won't make sense to you as far as understanding how Iraq came to be. This is why it's very, very important to understand that. The other aspect of all this was that what it came between 6,000 and 5,000 BC during the Neolithic Ubaid period of Mesopotamia history, and is widely considered to be the oldest civilization in recorded history. Now, of course, we can't ignore the old history of China as well. And I remember when I was talking to Dr. Ken Hammond, who is a Chinese historian by training, he did mention to me about how old the Chinese civilization is. So it is also known the historic center of Akkadians, Neo-Sumerians, Babylonians, Neo-Assyrian, and the Neo-Babylonian empires. Those are successions of local ruling dynasties that reigned over Mesopotamia and various other regions of the ancient Near East during the Bronze and Iron Ages. So one thing also you need to know quickly here before I jump into a brief analysis here is that Iraq during antiquity witnessed some of the world's earliest writing, literature, sciences, mathematics, laws, and philosophy. So that's why if you only know the term always associated with Iraq, the cradle of civilization, because that's where the rule, grammatical rule, for example, for Arabic language, to those who study Arabic language and understand the grammars and so forth, you know where those rules came from. Same thing with mathematics, same thing with astronomy and so forth. So, and all this era of self-rule lasted till about 539 BC, when the Neo-Babylonian Empire was conquered by the neighboring Achaemenid Empire under Cyrus the Great. Yeah, we do have, by the way, a viewer or supporter of the channel by the name Cyrus the Great, so, but not that one. So, who proclaimed himself as a king of Babylon. So this is what I wanted to share with you guys as far as the history of what happened? My image is not there. Oh well. Can you guys see me? If you see me, to share with you, just FYI, for you to understand the old history of Iraq. Iraq is not a new country. It goes way, way back, and that's something I argued against the invasion, not understanding the history of Iraq. I said, you're gonna turn things upside down. I ain't gonna be the same, and that's exactly what we are witnessing. Anyway, let's move on into briefly our conversation about the attacks on U.S. forces in both Iraq and Syria. So, and again, this in retaliation, the U.S. attacked the 12th Brigade of the it's called the Popular Mobilization Forces in Iraq, in Baghdad. That's what it was. So, of course, the Iraqi authorities now blame the international coalition, because remember, the U.S. is in Iraq and their so-called international coalition forces. And the Iraqi government looked at this as unjustified attack on the Iraqi security agencies operating in accordance with the power granted to it by the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, when he said, and I quote, "This undermines all understanding between the Iraqi armed forces and the international coalition forces," end of quote. However, the Pentagon, on the other hand, claimed that the person killed in Iraq through the strikes by the U.S. was involved in planning and carrying out attacks against the Americans. So the question for you guys, does the US have a justification to conduct the attack? Yes or no? And again, let's not get the emotional here. Let's just think objectively here. So there is also another thing that just happened this morning, except I'm not going to talk about it here. And this has to do with the report that now Iran rejected US offer for ceasefire. And unfortunately, I can't get into the detail here. I'm going to save this for you as soon as we go to the other location. So now, the spokesperson or spokeswoman, the spokesman, for the Victory Coalition, Aqil al-Rudaini. And by the way, this was an article from Al Jazeera. This wasn't reported here in the West. What al-Rudaini said in a statement that Washington violated all international laws and conventions. So the major attacks, because here's the argument. The US will argue that we were attacked, we had to respond. But the US wasn't by itself there. The US is under the umbrella of a coalition. So, and this is where the violations the Iraqi government claimed have been repeated on a number of the mobilization headquarters under federal police. That means they've been attacked constantly. Now, what you're going to be seeing now, most likely protests inside Iraq for the presence of American forces. They want them out because to them, they will argue that their presence, meaning American presence in Iraq, is unjustified. There is no need for them to be there. And the government now is caught between a rock and a hard place as to what to do. Now, there are some reports that the Iraqi government have already asked the US to leave, but the US refused. That becomes problematic. Why? Because sovereignty of state comes into play. When a sovereign state asks you to leave, it's their country. Now, that doesn't mean the diplomatic relations will be cut off. It just they don't want the presence of the military forces there. So, and this is exactly what the spokesman for the Victory Coalition, al-Rudaini, expressed his hope that the bilateral committee between Iraq and the United States, whose mission was to remove US forces from Iraq, will be activated. As of now, it is not activated. But at the same time, he argues, and I quote, "These things are not so easy, and we need more time and communication in order to get out of..." Let me share a picture here to show you another one for the US forces right there. Yeah, it's not easy. Even now, you have the Prime Minister of Iraq. His name is Mohammed Shia al-Sudani. He affirmed his government's firm position of ending the presence of international coalition. Now, pay attention, guys. Pay attention. He affirmed his government's firm position of ending the presence of international coalition. He didn't say the US coalition. Makes you wonder. Because here is one hard fact, is that after the invasion of Iraq, we were the one to put Nouri al-Maliki in possession of power. We placed him there. Could be this guy also try to be wishy-washy by be careful about what he's saying? I'll let you decide on that. So what he's saying, basically, the presence of international coalition forces after his justifications in Mesopotamia expire. It is another keyword that keeps coming, is Mesopotamia. Why they didn't say just in Iraq? Because they're referring to the whole geographical area. Makes you wonder why both attacks in Syria and Iraq against US forces been happening. And this is where the Sudani wanted to have the justification for his government possession of ending the presence of international coalition. But again, I find it very wishy-washy. Instead of being direct and say exactly, I don't want US forces here, or I don't want British forces here, or German or French, or whatever country is. So now I read one article also, and I found an analyst by the name, and I give him credit for this, Khalid Al-Ardawi. He argued that as long, and I put this in quotes because that's his word, as long as the agreement is in force, meaning the binding between the agreement between the US and the coalition forces, international coalition forces. So Khalid Al-Ardawi, the analyst, said, and I quote, as long as the agreement is in force, it is binding on its parties, and the cancellation of this international agreement is governed by many circumstances and facts. And sometimes some agreements are canceled unilaterally, like what we did when it comes down to the JCPOA, which was wrong because we had 5 other members signing to that agreement. Yes, we withdrew. That's when former President Trump withdrew from the Iran nuclear deal unilaterally, which was wrong. I don't care what others say. The fact that we signed an agreement, we ought to obey by the rules of that clause till it expires. This is exactly what I am now in the process of finding out whether it's true or not that Iran, now stopped shipping oil to China, which I found very, very unusual. So I'm digging into that to get into this one and find out, was there a problem with the agreement? To continue with what Mr. Khalid Al-Ardawi said, is that this violates the image of the state in terms of its reputation and credibility in international relations. End of quote. He is spot on. You look at now what we did with the JCPOA when we withdrew, the credibility of the US was shattered. Our credibility has already been shattered from way back. That's what was part of the problem. So now, when you look at the legality of this, and I'm going to turn to one other guy that I had a chance to read his arguments, and he's a legal expert. His name is Ali At-Tamimi. He explains that the first agreement between Iraq and America, which was back in 2008, and stipulated the withdrawal of U.S. forces on the 1st of January 2011. And indeed, the withdrawal took place, and it was called the SOFA. SOFA stands for the Status of Forces Agreement. And it was not renewed. This is what the problem is now with the legality of what the US forces are doing there. So the second agreement, according to Mr. Ali At-Tamimi, who is a legal expert, the other one was in 2008 also, which is an agreement of cooperation in all technical, economic, and security fields, and did not, this is the key word, guys, it did not provide the presence of US forces. But Article 27 of it allowed the agreement to be unilaterally canceled after 1 year of notice. This is what I find very, very interesting about all this. And this is one thing that we need to understand, where this is going, where this is headed, as far as why all these attacks are happening right now. So
On January 6th, an intriguing and potentially volatile situation unfolded in the southern Red Sea. It was reported that an unmanned aerial vehicle, launched from areas of Yemen under Houthi control and allegedly supported by Iran, embarked on a mission with frightening repercussions. The target of this drone, operating in international waters, was a cluster of commercial vessels navigating the southern Red Sea. In addition to raising awareness of the ongoing conflicts in the area, The incident raised concerns about the motivations behind such a provocative action. Amid the expansive southern Red Sea, the USS Laboon, DDG-59, a U.S. warship, played a crucial role in the unfolding drama. Acting in self-defense, the vessel successfully intercepted and shot down the approaching drone, preventing a potential threat to the multiple commercial ships in the vicinity. The statement released by the U.S. Central Command provided a factual account of the encounter, but left room for speculation. What compelled the Houthi rebels to launch the drone, and to what extent is Iran's alleged support a driving force behind such audacious actions? The southern Red Sea, usually a busy path for ships, has turned into a place where hidden conflicts are happening. What could happen as a result of stopping this drone, and how does it impact the relationships and conflicts among countries in the area? The southern Red Sea, which used to be just a place on the map, has become a symbolically important battleground for larger political battles. Stay tuned as we look more closely at the complicated story that is shaping the future of nations. What mysteries lie behind the Houthi attacks on ships in the Red Sea? The situation in the Red Sea has escalated since November, with Iranian-backed Yemeni Houthi rebels targeting civilian ships with ties to Israel. Meanwhile, Israel is engaged in a conflict with Hamas, a Palestinian militant group that receives support from Yemeni militants. The attacks on civilian ships in the Red Sea not only pose a direct threat to maritime security, but also contribute to the broader geopolitical tensions in the Middle East. The Iranian-backed Houthi rebels' actions in targeting vessels linked to Israel may be seen as an attempt to exert pressure and influence in the region. The UK has also been talking. The recent announcements from British Defence Secretary Grant Shapps and Foreign Secretary David Cameron demonstrate the United Kingdom's growing concerns over the Houthi attacks on cargo ships in the Red Sea, and its determination to respond robustly to the escalating situation. Grant Shapps made a declaration of Britain's readiness to take direct action, as it signifies a potential shift in the UK's approach toward the conflict. The willingness to consider airstrikes suggests a greater commitment to safeguarding British interests in the region and ensuring the security of international shipping lanes. Earlier, the United States, along with 12 allied nations, issued a final warning to Houthi rebels regarding their attacks on vessels in the Red Sea. The joint statement emphasizes a collective stance against these actions and signals a growing impatience within the international community. The statement suggests that the patience of these nations has its limits, and they are prepared to take decisive action if the Houthi rebels do not stop their attacks. It's crucial to understand that such warnings and the threat of military action aim to pressure the Houthi rebels into diplomatic negotiations or to influence their behavior. Yemen-based militants have intensified their actions with at least 23 attacks in response to the Israel-Hamas conflict in Gaza since December 19th. The Biden administration, through a senior official, has not disclosed specific details regarding rules of engagement if these attacks persist. However, they have emphasized that the Iranian-backed Houthis should not expect another warning from the U.S. and its allies. The declaration was endorsed by a coalition comprising the United States, Australia, Bahrain, Belgium, Canada, Denmark, Germany, Italy, Japan, Netherlands, New Zealand, Singapore, and the United Kingdom. In a distinct move, the United States urged the United Nations Security Council to address the Houthi issue, cautioning Iran, their financial supporter, that it faces a decision regarding its ongoing support for the rebels. The nations declared a straightforward message. They demanded an immediate cessation of these unlawful attacks and the release of unlawfully detained vessels and crews. The alliance further stated that the Houthis will be accountable for the repercussions should they persist in threatening lives, the global economy, and the unhindered flow of commerce in the critical waterways of the region. Another interesting question to look at is, why have the Houthis claimed attacks on ships in the Red Sea? Well, the Houthis have been asserting their involvement in attacks on ships in the Red Sea, attributing them to either having connections with Israel or heading to Israeli ports. Their stated objective is to bring an end to the Israeli air and ground offensive in the Gaza Strip, which was initiated in response to the October 7th attack by the Palestinian militant group Hamas in southern Israel. However, as these attacks keep happening, it's becoming less clear if the targeted ships are really connected to Israel. The rebels' claims of ties to Israeli interests are making the situation more complicated and uncertain. The ongoing attacks are making people doubt the legitimacy of these connections, making it harder to understand why the rebel forces are targeting ships in the Red Sea. Since the attack by Hamas on October 7th and the subsequent conflict with Israel in Gaza, ships passing through the important Bab el-Mandeb Strait have been under attack. This strait is a crucial route for trade between Asia and Europe. The attacks on commercial ships are a big concern because they affect the smooth flow of trade, which has global economic and security consequences. Experts believe it's important to address and resolve the rising tensions in this region due to the significance of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait. In a more recent incident, U.S. helicopters took action against Houthi rebels who had attacked a cargo ship in the Red Sea, resulting in casualties among the rebels. According to U.S. Central Command, the U.S. Navy helicopters engaged in self-defense, successfully sinking 3 out of the 4 attacking boats and causing fatalities among those on board. The 4th boat fled the area to avoid further confrontation. The Houthi rebels acknowledged the loss of 10 of their fighters in the clash and issued warnings of potential consequences. In the preceding weeks, U.S. ships had already intercepted numerous Houthi ballistic missiles and one-way explosive drones, indicating an escalating pattern of hostilities in the region. President Joe Biden aims to prevent the 3-month war between Israel and Hamas from turning into a larger regional conflict. According to White House National Security Council spokesman John Kirby, the United States does not seek conflict in the Middle East and does not want the Israel-Hamas war to escalate in the region. However, the U.S. is committed to defending itself, its interests, partners, and the free flow of international commerce. The official emphasized that any potential action against the Houthis would be approached intelligently to avoid getting deeply involved with Iran and its proxy groups. At the United Nations, U.S. Deputy Ambassador Christopher Lu also stated that the Houthi rebels heavily rely on Iranian support, emphasizing that without such backing, they would face significant challenges in effectively tracking and striking commercial vessels navigating the shipping lanes in the Red Sea and Gulf of Aden. Another important aspect is whether the Houthi attacks in the Red Sea disrupt Yemen's peace. The recent series of Houthi attacks on commercial shipping vessels in the Red Sea has had notable repercussions within Yemen. These incidents have proven advantageous for the Houthi group, contributing to an increase in domestic recruitment and the ability to organize large rallies in the capital, Sana'a. Experts point out that these attacks have acted as a catalyst, rejuvenating the group's standing at a time when its popularity had experienced a decline in the preceding months. The strategic impact of these maritime activities extends beyond the immediate naval domain, influencing the group's domestic influence and political narrative within Yemen. However, analysts caution that the domestically emboldened Houthi group's actions may pose a threat to the delicate peace in Yemen. This warning comes at a crucial juncture when discussions aimed at achieving a ceasefire in the decade-long war seem to be gaining traction. The increased confidence and assertiveness of the Houthi faction, fueled in part by the recent attacks, raise concerns about the potential impact on the ongoing peace process within Yemen. The Houthis assert that their attacks in the Red Sea specifically target ships with Israeli connections or alliances, intending to exert pressure on Israel to halt its destructive military operations in Gaza. This messaging strategy seems to have found resonance among a significant segment of the Yemeni population. The narrative aligns with the broader sentiment among Yemenis, who may view these actions as a means of expressing solidarity with the Palestinian cause and opposing Israeli military operations in Gaza. Because of increased tensions in the important waterway, big shipping companies are choosing to avoid the Red Sea. Instead, they're taking a longer route around the southern coast of Africa. This change makes their journeys about 9 days longer and raises costs by at least 15%. One major company, Maersk, has already decided not to use the Red Sea for some time. This shift in routes shows how real-world issues, like conflicts, can affect the way companies do business internationally. Is an incoming truce in the pipeline? In the event that the Houthis choose to launch another assault inside their own nation, the ceasefire agreement may be in jeopardy. It is unsure how long the truce will last because some experts believe that this is likely to occur. The potential for more violence reveals how precarious the current situation is, and it's critical to keep these things in mind when working to maintain regional peace. Thank you for watching.
that the Democratic People's Republic of Korea recently provided Russia with ballistic missile launchers and several ballistic missiles. On the 30th of December, 2023, Russian forces launched at least one of these North Korean ballistic missiles into Ukraine. This missile appears to have landed in an open field in the Zaporizhia region.
You know what I learned in life is you should, at all price, avoid having multiple enemies in a set of space, whether it's at work or in an organization, wherever you are. You should always avoid having multiple enemies because it doesn't really matter how strong you are. It's going to come a time where they're going to come together. They're going to cooperate against you. They're going to put things together. And trust me, you might have been a very strong person against one of those enemies. You know, you could have been perhaps unbeatable if you had to face one by one. But if they came together against you, trust me, what enemy number A doesn't have, certainly number B or C has. So they will complement together against you. And they will could form a very strong opposition. So Russia moves forward with Iran to purchase ballistic missiles, report says. The Russians are moving to Iran to get what they need. Russia reportedly moving forward with the deal to purchase short-range ballistic missiles from Iran. You know, Russia's been at war against Ukraine for a while now. And obviously, as any intelligent person would think, Ukraine was a battlefield, not really Ukraine fighting against Russia, but it was the whole of Europe, the whole of Western nations fighting against Russia. And most of them were expecting Russia to have their equipment depleted to use everything that they have in Ukraine. But Russians, you can see very intelligently, they tried not to spend everything they had in Ukraine. And for that, even to try to build themselves up, to avoid having nothing to fight with, they've been cooperating with some countries. Who are they cooperating with? Clearly, countries that don't like Europe and Western nations. The official says the missiles will boost Russia's ability to target Ukrainian infrastructure at a time when support for continued U.S. military assistance for Kiev is waning in the Congress. So America right now they're not as hot as they were in supporting Ukraine. So Ukraine is almost by themselves fighting the Russians now. The United States is concerned that Russia's negotiation to acquire short-range missiles from Iran are actively advancing, one of the U.S. officials told the Journal. We assess that Russia intends to purchase missile system from Iran, and they don't like that. Yeah, this is very funny because, again, like I said, you must always avoid having too many enemies because at the end of the day, they're going to come together. They're going to work together because we live in a world where, let's just be honest, okay? Most of the people that do not agree with the U.S. are sanctioned. Okay, most of the people that want to live their life in their own terms, in their own way, will be sanctioned. I'm just saying. I mean, yeah. What has Cuba done? Cuba has been sanctioned since the 1960s. Why? Because they refuse to let Americans and international companies to come and run their country, to come and export and exploit their country. That's the reason why they sanction. In Cuba, you cannot import cars. They don't have brand new cars. If you look at Cuba, they still drive those old school 1960 cars. In Cuba, there's no Pepsi, Coca-Cola. In Cuba, there's none of those stuff. No new technology because they've been cut off of the world. Why have they been cut off of the world? They've been cut off because the United States inflicted sanctions to Cuba because Cuba decided not to agree with them. And very recently, the United Nations sat down to discuss Cuba's situation. They said Cuba has been sanctioned for way too long. We need to stop. Everybody said, okay, let's remove the sanctions against Cuba. There are two countries that refuse. Guess which ones? Two countries that refused after all these years to remove the sanctions against Cuba. It was the United States of America and Israel. Obviously, they are brothers for some reason. Don't Cubans deserve to have a good life, to cooperate with other countries, to deal with other people? It's very sad. But that's what I'm saying. What have Cuba has done? Nothing. I mean, you could let them live their own life. If they don't want you in their country, they're not happy with you exploiting or you getting minerals or any underground riches from their country. I mean, leave them. It's their country. Why do you want to force yourself? The same thing is happening in Uganda. Uganda has been kicked off of AGOA. AGOA is a program that helps African nations to export stuff to the United States and make some money without necessarily having to pay the price of the tax. Uganda has been kicked off. Why? Because Ugandans have voted a law that concerns Ugandans. This is a law for Uganda. Why do you care? If Ugandans want to live life the way Ugandans want to live their life, the way they have lived life for thousands of years, who are you to come and tell them how to live their life? I mean, nobody comes to the U.S. and tell the U.S. this is what you have to do, or any other country. Why should somebody tell you these are the clothes you should be wearing? You should be wearing green color or blue color. Nobody is. I mean, if you don't do that, then we don't talk anymore. I think this comes a level where you need to sort of slow down a little bit and let other people do their own things. Unless they're doing something really tragic, something really drastic, obviously not good, then you can react. But if it's just one law here and there that is not necessarily doing anything actively every single day, well, why do you bother? Everybody has their own way of life. So now Russia, unlike the way many European countries expected them to behave, they were sanctioning all ways. They were hoping that Russia will be crumbling, they will be struggling, they will be in poverty. They cut off Russia from the SWIFT system. For those of you who don't know, the SWIFT system is a system that allows people to send money from one place to another. Let me give you a simple example. If you are in Africa, for instance, that you want to send money to a brother in London, or if you're in London, you want to send money to somebody in your African nation, it's SWIFT that allows you to send money to your banking details, your banking account, to somebody else's account. If you are not connected to SWIFT, you cannot send money directly to somebody. You have to go either physically give the money, or you have to send somebody with the money. Now, Russia had been cut off SWIFT, so they could not deal with any other nations. But they found ways because they are prepared. They found ways with the help of China and other people. They still growing strong. We don't necessarily agree with Russian politics, but the way they are being treated for choosing to be Russian, I think people, not just the Russians, now Iranian and North Koreans and Cubans and Ugandans, it raises a question. They say the United States is concerned that Russia negotiations to acquire close-range ballistic missiles from Iran are actively advancing. Why are they worried about that? That is Russia and Iran's deal. It has nothing to do with America. Obviously, they feel like arming Russia would make Russia stronger because they are actually the one fighting Russia in Ukraine. It's not a good thing because the goal was to shut Russia down, to show that Russia is nobody. But they failed to achieve that. Now, there's another growing concern. The growing concern from the US is that strengthening cooperation between Moscow and Tehran could bolster Iran's ability and capability in the Middle East and an economy crippled by Western sanctions. So cooperating with the Russians would allow Iran to boost its military, and that is very dangerous for America. America doesn't like it because Iran and Israel don't get along very well. And having a very strong Iran militarily is very dangerous for Israel and other countries that are American friends. And so what do you expect if you have issues with Russia and Iran? They're going to come together. I mean, when America was okay with Russia, Russia did not provide anything to Iran or anything to North Korea. Okay, you can be okay. We just respect each other. I don't like you, but let's respect each other. But as soon as you get into an open war with me by supporting a country that's fighting me, by sending weapons to fight against me, what do you expect I'm going to do? I'm going to go find your enemy. I'm going to be its friend. That's exactly what Russia has done. Russia has gone to Iran asking for ballistic missiles. And trust me, this is not for free. And even if Russia pays with money, it won't just be money. It will certainly be with technology as well, the same way they have done with North Korea. Okay, we know North Koreans a while back were trying to send satellites on orbit for espionage, for spying purposes. They couldn't do it. They did not have the technology. But when Russia went to North Korea asking for ammunition, 2 weeks later, boom, North Korea sent satellites on orbit. How did they achieve it? Obviously, they got the technology from the Russians. I think you need to weigh your way around how many enemies you want, how many people you want to put to the side. And I also feel like sometimes you need to use the soft side of things, not push people to a way where they have nothing else to lose. When people have nothing to lose, they become extremely dangerous. Yeah, it's like a little dog. You think the dog doesn't bite. You put the dog to the corner, you kick it at a certain point, that dog will probably bite you. The case of Uganda. Uganda is probably not a lion, maybe a dog in front of America. But if you put that dog in a corner by sanctioning, by removing visas, by not sending the money you used to send anymore, by blocking them from acquiring any money from World Bank, by now kicking them off AGOA, they have nothing to lose anymore. And trust me, don't teach people to live without you. Don't tempt people like that. I always say it. When you want to punish somebody for whatever reason, you want to correct them, do not correct somebody for way too long. That's very dangerous. Some people use, what do you call it? The silence treatment. When you use a silence treatment, I hate it. When people use silent treatment against other people, don't do it for too long. Do it just moderately and use whatever you have to use a lesson on top of it. Listen, the reason why I did not speak to you is because of this, that. Can we talk about it? Don't silence treatment somebody for 3, 5, 7 days, a week, 2 weeks, and expect them to be the same. They're going to learn to live without you. And trust me, by the time you want to try to come back, they're not there anymore. They don't care about you anymore. they realize that you're actually toxic. You don't want to do that at any scale, whether you're a country or a human being. You don't want to push everybody to one corner and trying to force them. Just the way Russia has learned to survive with our Europeans. I think we all need peace. Let me just put it that way. Why are we fighting each other? What is the purpose of war right now? That's my question. I can only see one purpose. It's selling weapons and making money for the companies that are selling weapons. So what is the purpose of, we want to have our collaborators, our partners, so we can destroy? We don't need partnership in destruction. Who needs partnerships with destruction? We need peace. We need respect. We need real democracy. Democracy is respecting people's land. Respect people's land. Democracy is respecting other people's culture and tradition and not come and bother them. That's democracy. Democracy is respecting other people's way of life. You don't know how they started. They've been that way for thousands of years. It's not for you to come and correct them. You are nobody's father. Democracy is respecting even the weak ones, those who have nothing to offer. The poor people, at least the one that you deem are poor, because many people may look poor financially in your terms, but in their own realm, they're not poor at all. They're happy. African kids are not all poor. The kids you see on TV playing soccer with a big stomach running in the field, they're actually very rich. The truth is, taking away that has been catastrophic to many African nations. We grew up in the neighborhood playing soccer, jumping the trees, climbing walls, playing physically, doing natation, swimming in the rivers. We grew up in the most beautiful way. And we were told that was poor. Rich means sitting in front of a cell phone or a computer all day. That's not rich. Rich is communication we had. The brotherhood, the familyhood, knowing everybody in your neighborhood. That was rich. That was wealth. Eating organic food, living in the most beautiful, sunny place with no issue, no wars. That was beautiful. Most wars are inflicted and conducted and initiated by greed. That's the bottom line. Most wars are initiated by greed because somebody wants to touch something that does not belong to them. Thank you very much, fellas. It was a great pleasure. Russia is going to acquire ballistic missiles from Iran. Iran is not very much liked. They've been sanctioned for a long time. And America is very worried because they know the more cooperation there is between Russia and Iran, that would mean Iran will acquire more technology in terms of weaponry, and Russia will be stable because they're going to balance each other. And that is not something.
Kofi, follow me.